Chapter 1741. Forget it. These days, everyone wants to beat up the devils. Only the righteous sects have a future. Xia Ping flatly rejected the other party's offer. Furthermore, in Shishing, am a disciple of the Five Elements sect's saint. How could I abandon this identity and run off to become a devil? Do you think I'm stupid? He inadvertently expressed his disgust towards the demonic path. Hearing this, Taoist Mu and the others were immediately displeased. Wasn't this clearly looking down on them, the devil cultivators, and slapping their faces in front of their faces? However, they were all extremely shrewd people, so they naturally wouldn't show it at this time. They remained expressionless. Don't tell me you don't need any benefits for telling me this news, such as getting a few longevity fruit or something? Taoist Mu smiled and looked at Xia Ping. There's no need for that. As long as that brat dies, that would be the best reward. Xia Ping sneered and glanced sideways. According to what my master said, consuming a heavenly fruit like the longevity fruit is nothing more than a crooked path. If one's lifespan is up and they are unable to break through, then that proves that their talent is limited. Even if I can increase my lifespan, I reckon that I won't have much hope of breaking through the sage realm in the future. So, I might as well just die. I'll just shamelessly live as an old bastard in this world. What? Taoist Mu and the others were furious. This bastard was simply using their intelligence to insult them. He was cursing them for being old immortals who lived shamelessly in this world. They had never heard of anyone who dared to scold them in front of their faces like this. Furthermore, it was so brazen and undisguised. Even though they were very shrewd, they were still filled with anger. On the other hand, you're a disciple of a righteous sect. You don't even put the longevity fruit in your eyes. So arrogant, are you so sure that you can break through to the sage realm? The two Blood Sea elders gritted their teeth. Of course. Even a peerless genius like me in Shishing can't break through, let alone others. Xia Ping stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes almost growing on his forehead. He was incomparably arrogant. He was already immersed in his role, and even the best actor couldn't compare to him. To be honest, don't be angry. Right now, your realms are higher than mine, but after a period of time, I'm afraid you'll only be able to survive by my nose. You won't even be worthy to carry my shoes. Fuck, this son of a bitch was too arrogant. Was this the attitude of someone looking for a partner? The faces of Priest Mu and the others all turned green. Damn it, I can't stand this brat anymore. He's just a hypocrite from a righteous sect, yet he's actually so arrogant. Is he looking down on us? I'll kill him right now. The long-browed old devil sent a message through his divine sense. Fellow Taoist long eyebrows, don't be rash. The overall situation is more important. Why get angry with this little brat? The longevity fruit is more important. Don't ruin the overall situation. Taoist Mu immediately advised. Hearing the three words, longevity fruit, the long-browed old devil's anger subsided. Indeed, compared to the longevity fruit, this humiliation was nothing. However, this in Shishing is really arrogant. Previously, when I saw him putting on airs, there were even rumors that he was an elegant gentleman, low-key and pure. I didn't expect him to be so arrogant. This is the virtue of those hypocrites from the righteous sections. On the surface, they look righteous, but in reality, they are all prostitutes and thieves. They are even more ruthless than us, the people of the demonic path. Indeed, we're all killing people, but this brat is actually afraid of dirtying his own hands. He wants to borrow a knife to kill someone. How naive. I'll let him run wild for now. Once I obtain the longevity fruit, I'll teach him a lesson. This might also be a weakness that can be used as a threat. That's right. When the time comes, this fellow will know how stupid it is to cooperate with us demonic cultivators. The group of demons gritted their teeth and transmitted their divine sense. With just a few words, they had decided the life and death of the brat in front of them. Once they found the longevity fruit, they would destroy the bridge and kill the donkey. How is it? Do you want to cooperate? If you don't cooperate, I'll find someone else. For example, that wolf clan leader, Wolf Garen, is not bad, at least he's stronger than you guys. Xia Ping mentioned Wolfgaren's name. Oh, it seems like you have more or less some information. The Taoist of Yi Mu opened his mouth and said, since you've already said it like this, I have no choice but to agree. Alright, then where is the longevity fruit? Just follow me. As for where it is, you'll know once you follow me. Xia Ping said. Why don't you believe us? Is this your attitude of cooperation? Long-browed old demon said in a strange tone. Who would dare to believe you guys? A bunch of demons. If you turn hostile, you won't recognize me. Just follow me, don't waste any more words. Otherwise, I'll terminate the cooperation and let you guys not even get a single hair. Xia Ping became more and more arrogant. Long-browed old demon and the others gritted their teeth. They were so angry that their teeth were trembling. How many years had it been? They had never suffered so much before, their faces had been beaten swollen, and they didn't look like humans anymore. However, for the sake of the longevity fruit, they still had to endure it and lower their voices. Let's go. Xia Ping ignored the attitude of this group of people and flew forward, leading the way. The Taoist of Yi Mu and the others looked at each other, and without further ado, followed Xia Ping. Not long after Xia Ping and the others left, spatial ripples appeared in the sky in the distance, and shockingly, Langaren and the other supreme experts of the Thunder Tribulation realm appeared. There were a total of 20 to 30 of them. Their concealment abilities were simply too strong. Even the supreme experts of the Thunder Tribulation realm were unable to discover them. Shadow Kill Old Demon, inviting you to cooperate was indeed the right decision. This magic treasure, Shadow Void Map, can actually completely conceal the aura on our bodies. It won't cause any spatial fluctuations, and even the supreme experts of the Thunder Tribulation realm won't be able to discover it. Langaren laughed out loud, and looked at the black costume old man beside him. This is my honor, but we've been searching this secret realm world for more than 2 months, and we haven't even found a single hair. Now we've been found by 2 little kids. I really can't accept this. The black costume old man said unwillingly. It can't be helped. There are people like this in the universe. Their luck is heaven-defying. Treasures that others can't even find after much effort are easily found by him. Moreover, they are even offered to him with both hands. However, it doesn't matter. Finding it is one thing, but whether or not he can keep it is another matter. Wolfgaren laughed coldly, his killing intent surging. That Taoist of Yi Mu, the 2 Blood Sea Elders, and the long-browed old devil, this group of trash also wanted to follow us and reap the benefits. Little did they know that we had already discovered their whereabouts and were lying in ambush, looking for an opportunity to kill them at any time. I think they would never have thought that we would follow behind them and attack at any time. A supreme expert laughed. Alright, we've found the location of the longevity fruit. Let's quickly follow them and catch this group of trash off guard. We'll take away all the treasures. Taoist of Yi Mu's group of devils also have a lot of treasures on them, so we can make a fortune. Chapter 1742. One day later, Xia Ping turned left and right, constantly taking detours, and finally brought Taoist Mu and the others to the front of the valley. We're here. Xia Ping said. We're here? What kind of joke is this? You brought us around for an entire day and you actually told me that this damned place has longevity fruit. Are you playing with us? Long-browed old devil's face was gloomy. He looked at Xia Ping with ill intent, because in his eyes, this was just an ordinary valley. How could there be any longevity fruit? Killing intent surged in his heart, adding on the fact that Xia Ping had been disrespectful to him before. He wanted to crush this smelly brat to death even more. Long-browed old devil, to think that you're already so old. You've lived on top of a dog, haven't you? It's not your fault that you're ignorant, but you still don't know how to be humble. If you don't know how to pretend to understand, then that's your fault. Xia Ping said in disdain. What? Hearing this, long-browed old devil's hair stood on end. He was so angry that he wanted to make a move. But before he could do anything, Taoist Mu suppressed him. Fellow Taoist long eyebrows, don't be angry so early. Carefully sense this valley. Is there anything unusual about it? Long-browed old devil's heart skipped a beat. Since even Taoist Mu said this, It seemed like this valley was definitely not ordinary. His divine sense continued to spread out, sensing the spatial fluctuations here. Sure enough, after a while, he discovered that this valley did not seem to exist in reality. It was just an illusion, and the surrounding space was folded, containing the universe within. There's a special space here? Long-browed old devil was overjoyed. He knew that a folded space world like this definitely contained a big secret. Even if there were no longevity fruit, there would still be other treasures. Of course, they didn't have a divine eye like the Hell Golden Crow's eye, nor were they able to see through the spatial barrier to see the specific situation inside. They only knew that there was a special spatial world inside. Could it be that the longevity fruit is inside? Taoist Mu and the others looked at Xia Ping, unable to conceal the excitement in their hearts. That's right, it's inside. Xia Ping nodded his head, but you guys have to be careful, that universe sex Xia Ping is also staying inside, that brat is not simple, he is extremely cunning, be careful not to fail miserably. He reminded Taoist Mu and the others. Just a little brat at the returning true realm. No matter how strong he is, where can he go? Do you think he can overturn the heavens? Cut the crap, hurry up and open the spatial passageway here, enter, and snatch the longevity fruit. The two elders of Blood Sea could not wait any longer. Don't worry. Priest Imu looked at Xia Ping smilingly. Why don't you go in and explore for us? After all, no one knows what's going on inside. If it's a trap, it won't be good for anyone. What do you mean? I worked so hard to bring you all to this place to snatch the longevity fruit, and you still want me to scout the way for you and be your shield? Isn't that a little too much? Xia Ping's expression changed. TSK, since you've brought us to this place, why don't you help us to explore the way and see if there are any traps here? TSK, since you've brought us here, why don't you help us explore the way and see if there are any traps here? Long-browed old devil laughed cruelly and stared at Xia Ping. As expected of a demon. You have no credibility to speak of. In that case, do you want to fall out with me? Xia Ping looked at Taoist Mu and the others. This old man has tolerated you for a long time. Since you've brought us to this place, then you're useless. Just surrender, this old man will take good care of you. The Golden Snake Lord laughed cruelly and instantly made his move. He struck out with his palm at a strange angle, like a poisonous snake, and his speed was so fast that even his divine sense could not detect it. This was his unique cultivation technique, the martial arts sacred art, Golden Snake Tyrant Heavenly Hand. I've long since expected you to go back on your words. Since that's the case, then I'm not worthy of you playing with me. As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Ping immediately took out a spirit talisman from his body. Small teleportation talisman. Boom, immediately, the spirit talisman burned, producing a wave of spatial energy that wrapped around Xia Ping's entire body. In an instant, he broke through space and escaped 1,000 miles away. Small teleportation talisman? It's just a small trick. Do you think you can escape for 1,000 miles? Golden Snake Lord's expression was ferocious. He revealed a mocking smile and disdain. As a mighty cultivator in the Thunder Retribution state, his divine sense could cover millions of miles, or even tens of millions of miles. Escaping 1,000 miles was like a drizzle to him. He could capture the other party in an instant. Wanting to use a small teleportation talisman to escape in front of him was simply a dream. No, that's not right. That brat's aura has disappeared. Where did he go? How could this be? However, Golden Snake Lord's proud expression did not last long. He spread out his divine sense, trying to capture Xia Ping's aura. However, he was shocked to find that Xia Ping's aura had disappeared without a trace. It was as if Xia Ping had disappeared from this space. He even continued to expand the range of his divine sense. 5,000 miles, 10,000 miles, 100,000 miles, 1,000,000 miles. He expanded it to the extreme, but he still could not find any trace of Xia Ping. His expression was very ugly. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. That brat slipped away right under his nose and disappeared without a trace. The other devils also noticed that Xia Ping's aura had disappeared, and all of them frowned. This was beyond their expectations. You do have some ability. No wonder you're so fearless and dare to clamor in front of us. It seems like you have some ability to escape. Taoist Heir Mu frowned. He had originally wanted to test what trump card Yin Shirshing had, but he did not expect that he would still escape. This brat was indeed a successor disciple of the Five Elements sect. He still had some ability. This brat is lucky. If we meet again, I will kill him immediately. Long-browed old devil was filled with anger. Alright, that's just a small matter. The longevity fruit is the big deal. If you can't kill it, then forget it. Taoist Heir Mu turned everyone's gaze back to the mysterious valley. What do you think? Could this valley be a trap? Golden Snake Lord asked. Hee, with so many of us in this place, so what if it's a trap? What trap can kill us? Even if it really is a trap, I will make the other party lose a mouthful of teeth and pay a heavy price. The two Blood Sea Elders were bold and fearless. Since that's the case, let's go in and see what kind of abilities that Universe Sex Xia Ping has. He actually scared a Dharma plane expert to the point that he doesn't dare to fight him head-on. He can only ask us devils to kill him with a borrowed knife. Taoist Heir Mu formed a seal with his hands and used a secret technique. Immediately, ripples appeared in the surrounding space. He immediately sensed that a spatial node had appeared in the sky above the valley. It was a special passage to enter this mysterious space. Let's go in. Long-browed old devil and the others were already impatient. They quickly took action and entered the spatial node. Chapter 1743. There doesn't seem to be any movement. Priest Evilwood and the others quickly passed through the spatial node and entered this spatial world. They looked around and found that this was a blood-red plain. It was barren, and the air of desolation was everywhere. It stretched as far as the eye could see. However, they could not see the existence of any saint undead, because Xia Ping had already set up a high-level illusion array in this space, concealing all of its original appearances. Of course, because Xia Ping had the non-phase mask, these saint undead without any intelligence could not detect that Xia Ping was setting up an array, and the progress was very smooth. And the power of this high-level illusion array also slightly exceeded Xia Ping's imagination, because this kind of illusion technique was simply too realistic. The fluctuations of the illusion technique and the spatial fluctuations merged into one, the combination of the void and the real, making it seem real and illusory. Even the Thunder Tribulation Realm Supreme Expert would not be able to find any flaws, and would even think that this was a real space. A bunch of idiots. At this moment, Xia Ping had also returned. He was hiding in the depths of the array and watching the show from the side. Where is the longevity fruit? Long-browed old devil wanted to find the whereabouts of the longevity fruit, so he used his divine sense to search the surroundings. Look, isn't that a mature longevity fruit in the middle of the blood plains? Golden Snake Prince stared at the center of the plains and discovered that there were many blood-colored trees growing there. They were filled with fruits and were densely packed together. Immediately, his eyes turned red. It is indeed the longevity fruit. I have seen it once and sensed its aura. I never thought that there would be so many longevity fruit. This time, it's really going to happen. Even the shrewd Taoist Mu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. His eyes were burning hot, and in front of so many longevity fruit, he couldn't maintain his composure. Damn it, there's a figure over there, picking the longevity fruit. Could it be that little bastard Xia Ping? Long-browed old devil's face immediately darkened. He had long since treated these longevity fruits as his exclusive property, and now, there were actually people happily plucking the longevity fruits. This was like trying to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. Golden Snake Prince and the others also noticed that there was indeed a young figure there. His movements were extremely agile, and with a sound, more than a dozen longevity fruit disappeared, probably into his spatial ring. Their hearts twitched, finding this hard to bear. Every time a fruit disappeared, they felt as if their flesh was being cut from their bodies. Attack, kill him and snatch the longevity fruit. Taoist Mu could no longer sit still. If this brat really picked all the longevity fruit and used a secret technique to escape, then they wouldn't even be able to drink a mouthful of soup. Thank you fellow Taoists for leading the way. These longevity fruits all belong to me, Wolf Garin. Right at this moment, a wave of ripples appeared in the surrounding space, and then 20 to 30 figures immediately appeared. All of them possessed formidable auras, were arrogant, domineering, peerlessly violent, and fearless. The leader of the group was none other than the Wolf Clan leader, Wolf Garin. At this moment, he chose to reveal his true intentions. Damn it, Wolf Garin, you actually following me in secret. You are fucking shameless. You dare to snatch my longevity fruit? I will not rest until your Wolf Clan is dead. Think about it. Long-browed old demon and the others immediately became anxious and started cursing loudly. They did not expect that someone would appear at this time. It was completely unexpected. Ha, long-browed old ghost, you're about to die, and you still want to threaten me? Who do you think you are? When I obtain the longevity fruit and live another life, even saints will have hope. You're nothing. Wolf Garin sneered. He completely ignored the threats of the president, old demon May and the others, and instead increased his speed. Bastard, chase after them and kill these bastards. Taoist Mu and the others had gloomy faces. Their killing intent soared as they chased after him. Go to hell, Junior. I have now taken revenge for killing my son. Thank you for helping me find the longevity fruit. I will send you to hell right now. Wolf Garin's face was sinister. He clawed forward, the blood moon in the sky. His ferocious might was outstanding. He was merciless. The surrounding million miles trembled, as if they were all shocked by this blood-red claw. The air in the depths of the void exploded inch by inch, creating a series of explosions that shattered the vacuum. This was the strongest attack of a Thunder Tribulation Realm Supreme expert. It could even shatter a star. The fake Xiaoping turned his head, his eyes revealing a playful expression. He did not dodge and allowed the claw to land on his body, causing his entire body to explode. Not only did Xiaoping's figure explode, even the entire world shattered at this moment, shattering inch by inch like glass. With a crackling sound, the real world was revealed. What? At this time, Taoist Mu and the others were stunned. They all stopped chasing. As Thunder Tribulation Realm Supreme experts, seeing such a strange situation in front of them, how could they not know that they had fallen into a trap? In an instant, this place revealed the true blood plains. It stretched as far as the eye could see, incomparably ancient, and contained endless killing intent. A blood moon hung in the sky, deep and strange. So. The saint undead who had been blinded by the illusion and lost their senses had recovered their senses due to the shattering of the illusion formation. Like a sleeping tiger, they were instantly awakened. Their black, emotionless eyes looked over and landed on Lang, Garin, and the others. Immediately, the hair on the group of Thunder Tribulation Realm Supreme experts stood on end. All the cells in their bodies were trembling, and strands of shocking killing intent filled the depths of the void, tearing through the void. This was like a group of sheep accidentally barging into a tiger's lair, and even waking up a group of hungry tigers. Not good. This is the undead spirit of a saint, a monster condensed from a strand of killing intent after the fall of the ancient saints. It is undying and indestructible, and cannot be fought against. Golden Snake Gentleman couldn't help but let out a shrill cry. His entire body trembled in extreme fear. What's going on? Why are there so many saint undead in this place? Long-browed old devil's legs were also trembling. He no longer had any ferocious might, as if he was a mouse that had peed its pants. This is where the saint's heart is, and also the home of many undead. I knew that the longevity fruit wouldn't be so easy to obtain. Where it is, there must be a monster guarding it. Taoist Mu was also a little terrified. Bitch, damned bitch in Shirshing, didn't you say that this place was extremely safe? With that universe sex Xiaoping here, did he want to borrow a knife to kill someone? Could it be that the one he wants to kill isn't Xiaoping, but us? The two Blood Sea Elders' faces were ugly, and they were incomparably furious. A bunch of idiots. In Shirshing is my good friend for many years, and the Heaven and Earth sect and Five Elements sect are also friendly sections. How could he possibly betray my whereabouts and let you devils know? At this time, Xiaoping's voice could be heard. He laughed heartily and was extremely proud of himself. Brother Ian and I worked together to set up a trap. I didn't expect you devils to be so foolish as to believe it. You're really blinded by greed. Chapter 1744. Ah, Ian Shirshing, Xia Ping, you two little bastards, how dare you scheme against us? How dare you? This enmity is absolutely irreconcilable. Don't let us escape, otherwise we'll definitely kill you and your friends and family. We'll execute your entire family, not even the chickens and dogs will be spared. Blood Sea and Blood Sea elders were so angry that they almost went crazy. I didn't expect to be pecked in the eyes by geese all day long. You did well to trick us. I will remember you two brats. Long-eyebrowed old demon's face was very gloomy, as black as charcoal. He looked very calm on the surface, but he was already furious. If his anger could condense into a substance, this world would probably be burned to ashes. As an old demon, he had done all kinds of evil and plotted for many years. He had always plotted against others, but he had never been plotted against by others. Not to mention that he was tricked by two brats this time. This humiliation was simply indescribable. He had never been so humiliated in his life. I've long said that these sons of bitches from the righteous sects are all sinister and vicious. Not a single one of them is a good person. I actually foolishly believed the words of these two hypocrites and fell into their trap. I regret it so much. Golden Snake Prince looked up to the sky and let out a long howl. He regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. Previously, they were still secretly laughing at Ian Shirshing, thinking that he was inexperienced and not worth worrying about. They didn't know that this was actually an act. It was just to trick them. They all thought that they were old and cunning, but they didn't expect to still be tricked. Good acting. Ian Shirshing is really good acting. He can actually trick us. After we escape, we will definitely treat this brat well. Evilwood Taoist gritted his teeth. His hatred for Ian Shirshing soared crazily. As a demon, he felt that he had lost all his face and suffered great humiliation. This was an irreconcilable hatred. Xia Ping. At this time, Wolf Garen shouted, "Come out if you have the guts. Fight with me for 300 rounds and kill my son. Are you so cowardly? Old man, don't try to provoke me. Do you think I didn't find you hiding in the void? I just couldn't be bothered to deal with you. I didn't expect that just because I was too lazy to deal with you, you would stupidly jump into the trap yourself. You're really hopeless for stupidity." Xia Ping's voice resounded once again. "It seems that you and Lang Beijiang are going to reunite in hell today. It's here." A cold glint flashed in Garen's eyes. He seemed to have sensed Xia Ping's aura and instantly attacked. He struck out with his claw towards a corner in the east, causing an earth-shattering explosion and creating a huge crater. However, that place was completely empty. There was nothing there. The reason why he spoke to Xia Ping was because he wanted to find Xia Ping's whereabouts and completely kill him. It's useless. If you want to find out where I'm hiding, you'll have to cultivate for another 100,000 years. Besides, I'm not your problem right now, it's those saint undead spirits. Good luck. Xia Ping's voice was ethereal, as if it was scattered in every corner. No matter how hard Lang, Garen, and the others searched, they could not find Xia Ping's exact location. It was a mixture of reality and illusion. Da-da-da. Suddenly, the earth trembled and a series of hurried horse hooves sounded. It was hair-raising, like the roar of war drums. It also sounded like a magnificent army galloping over. Murderous intent soared into the sky and ambushed them from all directions, shaking the void. Oh no! The expressions of Taoist Air Mu and the others changed. In the distance, on the Scarlet Plains, a black horse galloped over. It trod on the void as if it was running on flat ground. It seemed as if the void had turned into an infinite land. Every time its hooves trod on the air, an earth-shattering sound would erupt, causing the hearts of countless mighty figures to almost stop. On the back of the horse sat a headless horseman. He wore black armor and held a black spear in his hand. He pointed at them from afar and charged over with a terrifying aura. Undead spirit saint, right? I don't believe that just a wisp of saints killing intent can kill me, a mighty figure in the thunder tribulation realm. That A demon was enraged. Instead of retreating, he advanced and instantly attacked, trying to kill the headless horseman. In the end, with a thud, the headless horseman attacked and stabbed with his spear. A terrifying black light burst out and bombarded the body of the Thunder Tribulation Realm demon. With a scream, the demon was shaken to the point of vomiting blood. His entire body flew backward and scraped across the ground for dozens of miles. A deep crack appeared on the ground, making a cracking sound. His internal organs were all severely injured. Even wisps of black energy eroded his body. His body was surrounded by the aura of death, preventing his body from recovering. What? Taoist Air Mu's expression changed drastically. Although they already knew how terrifying a saint's undead spirit was, they did not expect that a mighty figure in the Thunder Tribulation realm would not be a match for it. He was heavily injured in one move. The gap between them was huge. They immediately realized that they might have underestimated this saint's undead spirit. It stayed near the saint's heart and kept absorbing the black aura in the void, as well as the power of the saint's blood. After millions of years, it was unknown what kind of terrifying monster it had become. Although it might not be comparable to a saint, ordinary mighty figures in the Thunder Tribulation realm were definitely no match for it. Let's go! This saint's undead spirit is too strong. We are no match for it. Langaren sensed a fatal danger. He felt that it was not wise to stay here for long. Moreover, there was a little brat from the Heaven and Earth sect eyeing them covetously. He did not know what he was up to. Staying here would only lead to death. Shadow Void Map. An old man in black received Langaren's instructions and instantly took out his Dharma treasure. A huge black scroll instantly swept up all of them. Then, the scroll quickly dimmed and merged with the void. It became transparent and wanted to escape. But at this moment, the Headless Knight's spear attacked. A black ray of light fell from the void, cutting through the void. Swish! The entire scroll was like a piece of paper. It was instantly split in half. The middle was torn apart. It could not resist for even a moment. Immediately, a group of people fell from the void and let out shrill screams. Some unlucky mighty figures in the Thunder Tribulation realm screamed in pain. They were hit by the black spear light. Their bodies exploded into pieces and turned into meat paste. They died on the spot. Langaren and the others all suffered significant injuries. Their faces were filled with fear. When Taoist Air Mu and the others saw this scene, they felt chills all over their bodies. Their hair stood on end. Despicable Xia Ping, you actually set us up here. I won't forgive you. I definitely won't forgive you. Just you wait. I will definitely make you pay a heavy price. A mighty figure in the Thunder Tribulation realm roared. He hated Xia Ping and Yin Shishing to the extreme. He was filled with grief and indignation. Mighty figures in the Thunder Tribulation realm, existences that were almost invincible among mortals, had actually fallen to such a state. Chapter 1745. Join forces. Join forces immediately, or we'll all die here. Taoist Air Mu shouted angrily. He took out a green staff from his body, which was a peerless spirit artifact. He infused magic power into it and immediately formed a super formation. It released countless rays of dark green light that shot out. Seeing this, Blood Sea's two elders and the others also took out their magic treasures and used their full strength. Bush, bush, bush. In an instant, the sky was filled with colorful lights that tore through the void. It was as if countless nuclear bombs had exploded, shaking the void and causing endless waves. Ordinary Thunder Retribution Realm cultivators would probably be turned into ashes in an instant under such an attack. Even if it was an ordinary planet that was hit by this attack, it would shatter into pieces, disintegrate, and collapse completely. But the Headless Horseman was just too strong. He was fearless. The black horse galloped over and rammed wildly. A layer of black energy appeared on his body, blocking off the void. Holding a black spear, he attacked. Endless killing intent and black murderous aura condensed in his body. A black spear light cut through everything, cutting through the void and destroying the earth. With a boom, all the lights in the sky were scattered and completely turned into nothingness. Clatter, 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 the black horse trampled on the ground. The sound of its hooves was deafening like thunder. It leaped over and produced a ball of black light that spread in all directions like the ocean, destroying everything. Taoist Air Mu and the others were caught off guard. They were hit by this ball of black energy. It was as if they had been crushed by the ocean and hit by the current. All of them were sent flying, coughing up blood in midair. And this was just the beginning. The headless horseman stabbed out again with his spear. The void swept through, and ghostly wails and howls could be heard. There seemed to be a huge army galloping. Endless killing intent gathered in the depths of the void. The clouds exploded, and the wind and thunder shook. Boom! Immediately, 5 or 6 Thunder Retribution Realm cultivators were the first to be hit. They could not resist at all. The defensive spiritual weapons on them were easily cut apart like tofu and turned into pieces. Their bodies were torn apart by the black cold light. Their bodies exploded, and blood spurted everywhere. They were sent flying in all directions. They were completely dead, and even their primordial spirits were destroyed. So strong. Xia Ping, who was hiding in the distance, also saw this scene. His eyes widened. This was the first time he saw the invincible aura displayed by an undead saint. It was simply invincible. Furthermore, this was just a wisp of killing intent left behind by a sage, yet it was already so tyrannical that it could kill a group of Thunder Retribution Realm experts with a wave of its hand. It was no wonder that countless cultivators admitted that those below the Saint Plane were all ants. The gap between them was just too big. Run for your life. We are no match for them. Heavens! How can a saint undead be so terrifying? It's just a strand of killing intent left behind by a saint. Why is it so strong? Is there still justice in this world? Taoist Air Mu and the others were scared out of their wits. Their faces were pale, and they ran away like stray dogs. Balls of light covered their bodies, and they quickly escaped. Clearly, all of them had used their life-saving long-distance divine abilities, disregarding everything else. These peerless demons were also experienced and knowledgeable people. They also knew that this was a massacre. They were not on the same level as the other party. If they continued to fight, they would definitely die. All of them didn't waste any time and fled in all directions. Despicable Xia Ping, you two pieces of shit, we will definitely not let you off. Seeing their current miserable state, Taoist Air Mu and the others were even more resentful towards Xia Ping and Yin Shishing. If it weren't for these two sons of bitches, how could they have ended up in such a miserable state? Swish. At this moment, a few stones tore through the air and flew over, bombarding the other saint undead below the Scarlet Plains. Immediately, all the saint undead were enraged. There were actually people who dared to provoke them. How could this be? All of them emitted endless killing intent, tearing through the void and causing the weather to change. With their bodies as the center, the entire ground cracked, covering a radius of thousands of kilometers. Which fucking bastard is so immoral? Even at this time, he still dares to provoke the other saint undead. Are you fucking brainless? When Taoist Air Mu and the others saw this, they almost fainted from anger. Their faces turned green. Just a single saint undead was enough to make them flee like stray dogs. Now, they had offended a whole bunch of them at once. How could this be? Even if they had 9 lives, it wouldn't be enough to kill them. Wasn't this like poking a hornet's nest? It's not me, it's that despicable Xia Ping. It's that fucking Xia Ping. He has nothing better to do all day. It's definitely that bastard who provoked us. He's afraid that we won't die fast enough. The long-browed old devil and the others were furious and roared crazily. They knew that this was definitely Xia Ping's doing. Xia Ping, you fucking gave birth to a son without a PII. I've never seen someone as immoral as you. You're even more vicious than a demon. You'll definitely die a horrible death in the future. A lightning tribulation realm expert was so angry that his head was about to explode. He had never hated someone so much in his life. But now wasn't the time for them to take revenge, because the group of Saint Undead was completely enraged. A saber-wielding undead leaped into the air. Its body emitted saber chi that shook the void as it attacked. A sword-wielding undead flew on the sword. The surroundings were filled with terrifying sword chi. Every silver-white sword chi could easily pierce through their bodies. These terrifying undead were completely alarmed and surrounded them from all directions. Run, quickly run, immediately escape from this world. These saint undead have no self-awareness. As long as we escape from this world, we'll be able to live. They won't continue to chase us either. Only by running can we survive. Immediately scatter and break up. Taoist Evil Wood and the others were terrified. They didn't have the courage to fight against these saint undead at all. This was because they weren't on the same level as these undead. Fortunately, this world could be considered vast and boundless. If they scattered and escaped, there was still room for them to escape. But even so, these saint undead were too terrifying. The black spear tore through the sky, and blood immediately splattered everywhere. The broadsword slashed down from the sky, causing the ground to crack for thousands of miles. Some of the Lightning Tribulation Realm's supreme experts' bodies were torn into pieces, dying without a complete corpse. With a flash of sword light, the heads of several Lightning Tribulation Realm's supreme experts were immediately sent flying. Their eyes were wide open, and their primordial spirits were completely destroyed. All of them died with grievances. The originally majestic group of Thunder Tribulation Realm experts was now in disarray from being chased and killed. They were utterly defeated. A good chance. However, Xia Ping, who was hiding in the shadows, sensed that this was a great opportunity. Because all of the saint undead had been lured out, the longevity fruits were no longer guarded by anyone. It was like an open door, allowing anyone to enter. Chapter 1746. Longevity Fruit. Xia Ping came to the center of the blood plains. There were many large trees growing in this place, and on top of them were densely packed blood-colored fruits. They were the famous longevity fruit. Whiz! Without saying a word, he immediately searched and plucked all the longevity fruit into his spatial ring. I'm rich this time. Xia Ping was very excited. He carefully counted. This time he had obtained a total of 108 longevity fruit. If he refined them into longevity pills, then it would be of immeasurable value. Just as he was about to sneak away, the world tree in the depths of his mind suddenly trembled and buzzed. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In an instant, green tree roots extended out from the void, and with lightning speed, they pierced deep into the ground. Just like that, they extended into the depths of the blood-red land. Xia Ping's eyes revealed a bright light. His divine sense followed the tree roots and seeped into the depths of the blood-red land, discovering that an empty space had appeared in the deepest part. In this empty space, a heart appeared. It was only the size of a fist, but it contained a terrifying amount of energy. It emitted an endless amount of heat that was even hotter than a star. In fact, this heart was still beating strongly, making thumping sounds. Every time it beat, it seemed to cause the void to tremble, producing an extremely terrifying destructive power. The heart of a saint. Xia Ping immediately remembered what this was. This must be the heart left behind by the saint, and this blood plains was basically corroded by the power of this heart. At the same time, the reason why so many longevity fruit grew in this place was because they had absorbed a portion of the heart's energy. It could be said that this was the true treasure of the blood plains. No longevity fruit could compare to this heart. At this moment, the world tree started to tremble. A dozen or so roots pierced through the spatial barrier and instantly pierced through the heart. At the same time, it produced a terrifying devouring power and absorbed the energy of the saint's heart. Rumble, rumble, rumble. However, this action also caused extremely terrifying consequences. The entire blood plains started to shake, as if a huge earthquake had occurred. The entire space was on the verge of collapse, and even a murderous aura surged into the sky. Indignant roars could be vaguely heard from the depths of the void. It was as if the heart still had a trace of the saint's will left, and it did not want to die just like that. The undead saints, who had been chasing after Priest Evil Wood and the others, heard this voice as well. As if they were summoned, they gave up chasing and returned to the center of the Scarlet Plain. What happened? Seeing these undead saints leave without saying a word, Taoist Emu and the others immediately heaved a sigh of relief. The uneasy feeling finally disappeared, and they managed to keep their lives. Something unexpected happened on the Scarlet Plains. The Saint Undead were summoned back. Wolfgaren's eyes flashed. Damn it, it's that bitch Xia Ping. That bastard took advantage of the fact that we were attracting the attention of the Saint Undead to pick the longevity fruit by himself. He wants to take it all for himself and obtain all the benefits. The long-browed old devil gnashed his teeth in anger. Good plan, what a good plan. This is killing two birds with one stone. Not only can he kill us demons, he can also borrow our power to temporarily attract the Saint Undead away. He can go and snatch the longevity fruit by himself. He really got all the benefits. The two Blood Sea elders gritted their teeth. They had never suffered such a huge loss in their lives. They had actually been played around by a brat. This was an unprecedented humiliation. We definitely can't let him get all the benefits and let him eat it all for himself. After causing us to suffer so much, he still wants to get all the longevity fruit. How can there be such a good thing in this world? We must make this bastard pay the price. Wolfgaren roared. His hatred towards Xia Ping had reached a level that could not be washed away by 3 rivers of water. Don't worry, this brat is too greedy, he still wants to take the longevity fruit for himself. Now that he has provoked so many Saint Undead to go crazy, I think it's his turn to taste the feeling of being chased by the undead. The Golden Snake Prince laughed coldly. In the blink of an eye, these Saint Undead were extremely fast, all rushing back to the center of the blood plain. The surrounding space was filled with a shocking killing intent, sealing off the space and causing the earth to tremble. Even the ground was shaken to the point that countless cracks appeared. Quick, hurry up. Xia Ping could naturally feel the endless killing intent of these Saint Undead, as well as their undisguised enormous power. However, it was also the time for the World Tree to absorb the energy of the Saint's heart, so how could he leave so casually? He made up his mind and channeled his mana into the World Tree, increasing the devouring power by 10 times. Boom! Immediately, hundreds of roots pierced through the air and fiercely pierced through the Saint's heart. They produced a terrifying devouring ability and crazily absorbed the enormous energy of the heart. In a few breaths of time, the Saint's heart was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boundless scarlet energy flowed along the roots and into the body of the World Tree. However, the World Tree seemed to have taken a complete tonic, as if it had been injected with chicken blood. Its entire body emitted waves of scarlet light, as if it was wrapped in flames. Its branches, roots, leaves, and other parts also seemed to have obtained tremendous growth and were madly improving. When the devouring power reached its limit, a black hole appeared in the void, and the entire heart was devoured. Instantly, it was integrated into the body of the World Tree, as if it had been eaten and would be slowly digested in the future. Success! Xia Ping was sweating profusely. Seeing that the heart had been completely devoured and the greatest opportunity of this place taken away, he also heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he also saw the Saint Undead charging over. In midair, beams of black light blasted over. They were like rays of death, interweaving into an inescapable net, covering the entire world and producing terrifying power. Formless Mask. In an instant, Xia Ping used the power of the Formless Mask and instantly escaped. He hid his aura and disappeared in front of these Saint Undead. He was so fast that even the Thunder Tribulation Realm powerhouses could not react. The attacks of these Saint Undead all missed and bombarded the ground, instantly raising thousands of kilometers to the ground. A huge crater was blasted out, and the soil was burnt black. Extremely shocking cracks also appeared on the ground. Sensing the disappearance of the enemy Xia Ping's aura and the disappearance of the Saint's heart, these Saint Undead seemed to have gone crazy. They were completely enraged, like wild horses that had been freed from their reins, completely falling into a hysterical state. They scattered everywhere and destroyed everywhere, trying to kill all living things they saw. Chapter 1747. Bastard, what did that bastard Xia do? Why did he make these saint undead even crazier? Golden Snake Sire was so scared that his face turned green when he saw the undead saint's craziness. He had been waiting to watch a good show, hoping that the saint undead would tear that arrogant kid into pieces and take revenge. But how could he have imagined that the bastard kid would escape once more, causing the saint undead to be unable to do anything to him? Now, they were the unlucky ones because the saint undead saints could not find the culprit, so they found them to vent their anger and settle scores. They were looking for a pushover. Fucking Xia Ping, he has nothing better to do all day. After getting all the benefits, he left a mess for us to clean up. I told you that there are no good people in these righteous sections. Their hearts are vicious, and they are even more detestable than demons. The Blood Sea Elders roared. They could feel the killing intent of the saint undead saints. It seemed to be even more violent and intense than before, and it even contained a hint of madness. This was a sign that they were turning into demons. What are you talking about? Hurry up and run. Those saint undead saints won't listen to you. Wolfgaren shouted loudly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Hearing this, the group of Thunder Retribution Realm experts could not care about anything else. Although their hatred for Xia Ping had soared to the sky, it was obvious that now was not the time to find trouble with this kid. One by one, they quickly split up and fled in all directions. After the battle just now, they realized that these saint undead saints did not have any intelligence, but they had perception. Moreover, they were specially targeted at enemies with strong auras. The higher the cultivation, the more they would be targeted. Therefore, if they gathered together, it would be equivalent to a bonfire in the dark. They were like guiding lights, waiting to be extinguished by this group of saint undead saints. However, if they split up and fled in all directions, they would be a smaller target, and it would be easier to escape. In fact, if they could, they would want to leave this space world immediately. However, they did not know when the entrance to this space world had been guarded by a few saint undead saints. They could not advance or retreat. They could only hide in this world temporarily. After all, although these saint undead saints were powerful, they were still undead. They had limited energy. After a period of time, their energy would be exhausted and they would naturally disappear. It was not a wise move to fight this group of undead saints head-on. Nevertheless, Priest Mu and his people greatly underestimated the powers of these saint undead spirits. This time, they chased after them for 3 days and 3 nights, and they were almost chased by them in this world. No matter where they were hiding, these undead saints seemed to be able to find them. In order to survive, Taoist heir Mu and the others had also used up a great number of magic treasures. They had detonated their magic treasures one after another, used up their talismans one after another, and used up their medicinal pills one after another. This had caused them to suffer heavy losses. They didn't know how many times they had cursed Xia Ping and cursed his ancestors, but it was useless. They could only hide everywhere. At this moment, the long-browed old demon was in a very sorry state. He was being chased by an undead saint wielding a long saber. His body was in tatters, and there were numerous saber wounds and bloodstains everywhere. There were even strands of terrifying saber chi in Xiao Chen's wounds, preventing his body from recovering. If he did not find a safe place to go into seclusion and force out the saber chi, he would probably die from severe injuries. Fortunately, he was smart and pretended to be dead in time. Finally, he deceived the undead saint's pursuit, causing it to give up its attack, turn around, and go somewhere else. When the long-browed old demon sensed that the aura of the undead saint had disappeared, he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Great, I've finally survived. The long-browed old demon gnashed his teeth. It's all that bitch Xia Ping's fault. If it weren't for him, how could I be so miserable? Just wait and see. After leaving the heaven-accessing secret land, I'll immediately investigate his family background and kill his entire family. He made up his mind to take revenge on Xia Ping. Thinking of this, he dragged his tired and injured body and wanted to find a secret cave to hide in and recuperate. Long-browed Taoist friend, please wait. Suddenly, a voice sounded behind him. Who is it? The long-browed old demon subconsciously turned around, and his pupils shrank because he saw a familiar person appear in front of him. It was the bitch Xia Ping. Bang! Before he could speak, a spear pierced over. The long-browed old demon was caught off guard, and his chest was instantly pierced through, and blood splashed everywhere. You! The long-browed old demon was dumbfounded. He didn't expect Xia Ping to be so cruel and vicious. Before he could retaliate, before he could fight back, he was stabbed to death by this kid's spear. He felt a stinging pain coming from his body, as if countless ants were biting him. Even his consciousness gradually collapsed, and it seemed that his vitality was quickly disappearing. Long-browed Taoist friend, don't you want to kill me and take my treasure? Do you want to kill my entire family? Don't worry, you won't have this chance. Go to hell obediently, Xia Ping said. These days, he didn't escape, but chose to hide in the dark, looking for an opportunity to beat the dog when it was down. After all, these were peerless devils, very cruel and merciless. If he offended them this time, he was afraid that it would cause endless trouble. Although he might not be able to kill all of them, if he could kill one, he would at least be less of a threat in the future. And this time, he finally found an opportunity to kill the long-browed old demon. He remembered the cruelty of this devil, who targeted him everywhere and even wanted to kill his entire family. Such a devil must not be left alive, so when he found an opportunity, he didn't hesitate to stab him to death with his spear. Despicable villain! The long-browed old demon was mad. If he hadn't been careless and sneak attacked from behind, he wouldn't have been killed so easily. Oh, so what if I'm despicable? Do you want to bite me? Xia Ping was calm and composed. There was no need to argue with someone who was about to die. I can't accept this, I can't accept this. I, long-browed true monarch, am a thunder retribution realm expert. I have cultivated for 45,000 years, and I have hopes of becoming a sage. How can I die in such a small place? How can I die in the hands of a little brat? I can't accept this. The long-browed old demon let out a long howl, extremely unwilling. Noisy! With a boom, Xia Ping couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with this long-browed old demon. The hell spear in his hand trembled slightly, and immediately, the long-browed old demon's body exploded, turning into a pile of meat paste. Even his primordial spirit was torn apart, and was instantly devoured by the hell spear, strengthening the spear's power. It emitted a burst of red light, incomparably mystical. Whoosh! Chapter 1748. In a mountain valley. At this moment, a lightning retribution realm old devil was panting and sweating profusely. His clothes were tattered and he was panicking. He had avoided the saint undead spirit's pursuit. After several days of fleeing, he had finally gotten rid of them. Just as he was about to have a good rest, he suddenly heard the sound of something tearing through the air behind him. He looked back and saw a brick falling from the sky, smashing into his head. With a crack, it completely shattered. His entire head immediately felt dizzy. Xia Ping! Before he fainted, the lightning retribution realm old devil screamed. He was so angry that he vomited blood. This was because he recognized the person who had ambushed him from behind. It was the universe sex Xia Ping. This damn despicable and shameless person had taken advantage of his weakest moment to launch a sneak attack. A brick had smashed into his head, giving him a fatal blow. The depression and hatred in his heart were simply indescribable. He wanted nothing more than to hack this despicable person into 1,000 pieces. As an old devil, he had committed all sorts of crimes and was proficient in plotting and plotting. Now, he had actually been ambushed and fainted with a brick. This was a humiliation he had never experienced before. Unfortunately, he didn't have the chance to counterattack. This was because the moment he fainted, his entire body had been pierced by Xia Ping's hell spear. Even his primordial spirit had been shattered. The second one. Xia Ping was expressionless. After killing this lightning retribution realm expert, he had also looted this person's treasures. At this moment, Golden Snake Gentleman's condition wasn't very good. Because he was strong enough, he had also been targeted by a saint undead spirit. It was as if the undead spirit had a great grudge against him. It chased him all the way, leaving him with no way out. It was a sword-wielding Saint Undead spirit. With another slash, a terrifying sword light erupted. It instantly sent Golden Snake Gentleman flying, almost splitting his body in half. This powerful impact even caused him to skid across the ground for dozens of kilometers. Large amounts of blood flowed out of his body, and even his lungs suffered significant injuries. He felt that his lifespan was coming to an end. He couldn't escape the pursuit of this Saint Undead spirit. "Brother, hurry, come over here. There's a safe place to hide." Right at this moment, a hurried voice sounded out. On the other hand, Jin Shi Langjun was overjoyed. It was as if he had heard the voice of an angel, and it was as if he had obtained a precious treasure. At such a critical moment, there was actually someone willing to lend a helping hand. What kind of kindness was this? How could this be someone from the devil path? Even an angel wouldn't be able to compare to him. His divine sense had sensed that there was indeed a spatial formation nearby. It had the ability to hide the void and aura. In the distance, there was a small spatial gate that could accommodate one person. "Thank you, fellow Taoist. I can't thank you enough." Sensing that the undead saints in the distance were about to launch another attack, Golden Snake Sire did not dare to remain where he was. He rolled and crawled, quickly entering the formation. As expected, the moment he entered, his aura was completely concealed, and the entire formation was hidden in the void. The Saint Undead soul seemed to have been bewitched as well. It couldn't track the aura of Golden Snake Sire. After wandering around for a while, it left the place and headed into the distance. Immediately, Golden Snake Prince couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. He could finally live. "Fellow Taoist, thank you for your help just now. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would have been killed by the Saint Undead soul." Golden Snake Prince turned his head and expressed his gratitude to the person who had saved him. However, when he saw the person's true appearance, he immediately cursed, "Fuck, son of a bitch, Xia Ping, how could it be you, you bastard?" His face turned green, and his hair stood on end. He felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. How could he be saved? He had just escaped from the tiger's den and entered the thief's lair. "Isn't it me? I've been waiting for a long time. Golden Snake Prince, I'll accept your life." Xia Ping immediately attacked. "Ah, despicable person. I won't let you off even if I become a ghost." Golden Snake Gentleman screamed. He regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. How could he foolishly listen to this bastard's words? He was even tricked into this formation. Now, there was really no response from the heavens and earth. He couldn't escape even if he wanted to. Where was the basic trust between people? Where did it go? Using his eagerness to escape to deceive him? Was this bastard still human? Even demons weren't as despicable and shameless as him. Boom! Before he could scream many times, his body was immediately blown up by Xia Ping. Golden Snake Prince was already an arrow at the end of its flight. How could he resist Xia Ping, who had come prepared? Naturally, he was easily destroyed. All the treasures on his body also belonged to Xia Ping. Originally, Xia Ping wanted to beat up a fallen enemy and kill a few seriously injured Thunder Retribution Realm experts. However, he discovered that after killing Golden Snake Prince and the others, the power of the Saint Undead seemed to rapidly dissipate. However, this was to be expected. After all, they were just undead. The power on their bodies wasn't endless, and they weren't perfect creatures. They had gone crazy for 3 days and 3 nights, almost exhausting the energy they had accumulated for tens of thousands of years. Therefore, after such a long time, they quickly disappeared to recuperate. Great, we've finally left. The power of this group of Saint Undead is indeed not endless. We still manage to wait until this group of Saint Undead loses their power. It's a pity that those fellow Taoists didn't wait until this moment. Instead, they were killed by those undead. They died unjustly. It's all that bitch Xia Ping's fault. If it wasn't for this bastard, how could so many fellow Taoists have died? Revenge, we must take revenge ruthlessly. The remaining Thunder Retribution Realm experts were overjoyed, as if they had been reborn. Then they thought of Xia Ping, the main culprit, and all of them felt immense hatred. What do we do now? Should we go find that Xia Ping? I think that brat has already escaped by now. Let's leave this place as well. There are no more longevity fruits here. That's right. I wonder when those saint undead will recover their strength. It's not good to stay here for long. Taoist Mu and the others discussed animatedly, revealing expressions of fear. Although the saint undead had disappeared, who knew when these undying monsters would appear? It was better to leave this dangerous place as soon as possible. What a pity! Seeing Taoist Mu and the other devils leave, Xia Ping felt that it was a pity. Originally, he wanted to kill a few more, but it seemed that there was no chance now. It had to be known that all of these Thunder Retribution Realm Supreme experts were tycoons, rich to the point of overflowing with oil. Killing one of them would allow one to obtain a huge amount of wealth. An opportunity to easily kill a Thunder Retribution Realm Supreme expert like this was not something that could be encountered easily. However, he couldn't control this sort of thing, so he could only accept it. It's time to break through. Chapter 1749. Within the space of the Pearl of Mountains and Rivers, Xia Ping was in a state of seclusion. He consumed a large amount of medicinal pills and circulated his qigong, forming a solar furnace within his body to refine the medicinal pills and convert them into magic power. Instantly, his 9 nascent divinities and 9 violet palace spaces turned into vortexes, producing a terrifying devouring power that crazily devoured the energy to fill up the violet palace spaces. Before long, the 9 violet palace spaces were filled to the brim with magic power, reaching a state of perfection. The depths of the violet palace seemed to have turned into a boundless ocean, containing boundless magic power. Xia Ping could sense that the circulation of his qigong seemed to have formed a picture scroll, containing the starry sky, the golden crow, hell, and other phenomena of heaven and earth. These pictures formed a trajectory that was like the trajectory of the Tao, fusing with the power of heaven and earth, resonating with it. The mysterious energy from the depths of the void also seeped out and poured into his body. All of a sudden, Xia Ping felt his body tremble, as if some bottleneck in his sea of consciousness had been broken. The violet palace space that should have been at its limit was now expanding at a crazy rate. The magic power formed a vortex, constantly rotating like an awl, rapidly expanding the violet palace space, making the ocean even deeper. As the ocean rotated, it constantly expelled impurities, as if the magic power had become incomparably pure. Mid-stage returning truth realm. He could feel that he had broken through to a new realm, like water flowing when the conditions were right. There were no bottlenecks, and his magic power and divine sense had doubled. At the same time, his 9 nascent divinities were growing at a speed visible to the naked eye, absorbing the energy of the void and becoming more solid. Even the divine ability talismans in his body rapidly fused into the depths of his nascent divinities. Countless runes appeared, shining with dazzling starlight, as if they had turned into a supreme scripture. If he continued to grow, his nascent divinities would transform and condense into a physical form, forming a Dharma idol of heaven and earth, which would allow him to communicate with the power of the void in the universe. Vaguely, his nascent divinities seemed to have the power to break free from the shell of his body and appear outside. Dharma idol of heaven and earth. At this moment, Xia Ping vaguely understood something. If his cultivation continued to improve, he could fuse the divine ability talismans into his nascent divinities and form a Dharma idol of heaven and earth. Moreover, he had 9 nascent divinities, which was equivalent to having 9 Dharma idols of heaven and earth. However, the amount of yuan qi that he needed to devour was simply an astronomical figure. It was so large that it would make one speechless. Even if an ordinary sect supplied it with all their might, they probably wouldn't be able to afford it. My divine sense has also been strengthened, and I can sense more dimensional spaces. Xia Ping also discovered that his spiritual energy had grown qualitatively. It had progressed by leaps and bounds, and his connection with the universe had become even closer. He could now perceive the various dimensional spaces in the depths of the void. It was as if at this moment, the energy of the dimensional spaces in the depths of the universe were calling out to him, causing resonance and vibrations. It was as if he could open a dimensional passage with just a thought. Dong dong dong. In an instant, Xia Ping operated his divine sense. Hundreds of dimensional channels appeared above his head, and a huge amount of dimensional energy poured down like a tide, pouring into his head like a ladle. And his body was like a black hole, turning into a Kuan Peng, swallowing and nibbling away at the huge dimensional energy as his own, transforming it into spiritual power, and surging into the 9 great purple mansions. The originally dried-up space in his violet mansion was replenished by this enormous amount of energy and was immediately filled with exuberant vitality. It even caused his origin soul to be nourished and become even more spirited. What kind of dimensional world is this? Xia Ping expanded his divine sense to its limit, penetrating the void and extending it continuously. He had a deeper understanding of the power of dimensional space, and he could also perceive the various dimensional worlds in the void. The fire dimensional space, the snow dimensional space, the earth dimensional space, the thunder dimensional space, and so on. Densely packed dimensional worlds appeared in his divine sense and were captured by his divine sense. But as he explored deeper, he seemed to discover even greater and deeper dimensional worlds. They were stronger and more mysterious than ordinary elemental dimensional worlds. Not only did those dimensional worlds have endless energy and dense spiritual energy, but they also had exuberant vitality and could accommodate countless living beings living in them. They were full of spirituality. However, these mysterious and unfathomable great dimensional worlds were simply too far away from him. Furthermore, they seemed to have been concealed by a restriction formation set up by a mighty figure, so it was very difficult for him to detect them. Only some vague auras leaked out. For example, there was a dimensional world that was filled with darkness, killing, and other auras. It was incomparably violent, as though it was the Azura dimension. There was also a certain dimensional world that emitted waves of dragon roars that shook the heavens and the earth. It contained a supreme might, as though it was the dragon dimension. There were also some dimensional worlds that emitted cries of phoenixes, as though it was the phoenix dimension. Sensing these auras, Xia Ping couldn't help but have a thought in his heart. The nest of these universal races might not be as simple as a planet, a secret realm, or a continent. Perhaps they had directly occupied a dimensional world and obtained the endless energy of that world to reproduce. Therefore, not many people had been able to find their traces. But these things were still a little far away from him, and he didn't want to care about them. He was still immersed in cultivation, constantly improving his cultivation, and comprehending the heavenly Tao. Infernal Golden Crow Bloodline. After advancing to the middle stage of the returning truth realm, Xia Ping also discovered that the infernal golden crow bloodline in his body was also crazily awakening. The infernal golden crow cells were unsealed, and a huge amount of bloodline energy was surging out. 100,000, 200,000, 300,000, 1 million. In the end, he had awakened a total of 3 million infernal golden crow cells. His blood was surging deep in his blood vessels like a long river. Vaguely, from the surging blood, there seemed to be infernal golden crow runes surging out, merging into his blood. It also caused his entire body to be corroded and infected by the mysterious energy, showing a faint golden color. At this moment, he seemed to have condensed the Buddhist diamond body. His entire body emitted a holy, solemn, and powerful aura, as though a great god had descended into this mortal world. Obviously, the continuous strengthening of the infernal golden crow bloodline had also strengthened his body, making it unfathomable. And just as Xia Ping was in seclusion, consolidating his cultivation that had advanced to the middle stage of the returning truth realm, Taoist Air Mu and the other peerless demons had all left the Green Willow secret realm. They were overbearing and furious as they searched for Xia Ping and Yin Shishing's whereabouts in order to take revenge. Xia Ping and the others couldn't find them, but Yin Shishing didn't hide his whereabouts at all. He was bragging everywhere on the internet, and soon, the group of demons knew his exact location. Chapter 1750. Soon, Taoist Yi Mu and the others found Yin Shishing's exact location. At the moment, Yin Shirshing was looking for treasures in the heaven-accessing secret land with a group of practitioners he had just met. Although the heaven-accessing secret land would end in half a month, they didn't want to waste time. They wanted to try their luck and see if they could find some treasures or something. However, Taoist Emu and the others were all angry when they saw this. "Good boy. You've caused us so much trouble, and now you dare to jump out and chat with a group of scoundrels. Are you looking down on us? Do you think we won't dare to take revenge?" A Thunder Tribulation Realm demon gnashed his teeth in anger. Seeing Yin Shirshing's smug look in the distance, he couldn't help but get angry. If this bastard hadn't tricked them into going to the Scarlet Plane, they wouldn't have suffered such a heavy loss. Their friends of many years had died in the hands of the Saint Realm undead. This hatred was indescribable. I guess it's not that he's brave, but that he thinks we should have been killed long ago. Dead men tell no tales. That's why he's so arrogant and reckless. Taoist Emu sneered. "Cut the crap. Capture this brat immediately and peel off his skin and tendons before we talk." Wolf Garen shouted angrily, full of murderous intent. This trip to the Scarlet Plane had cost him the most. Several Thunder Tribulation Realm elders of the Wolf Clan had been killed. For the Wolf Clan of the Western Universe, this was an unbearable burden. If this matter was spread, he would probably be impeached by the Wolf Clan elders, and his position as chief would be unstable. "Yes, capture this boy and threaten Xia Ping to come out. We'll catch them all at once." A Thunder Tribulation Realm demon wanted to capture Yin Shirshing and use him as a hostage to threaten Xia Ping. As soon as he finished speaking, Taoist Emu and the others took action immediately. They surrounded Garen from all directions, forming an encirclement. A terrifying aura covered an area of hundreds of thousands of kilometers, blocking every corner. Suddenly, Yin Shirshing and the others were dumbfounded. Their bodies trembled as they watched the Thunder Tribulation Realm experts surround them with murderous intent. Their faces turned pale and ashy. They really didn't expect that there would be a group of Thunder Tribulation Realm experts lying in ambush here. "Yin Shirshing, I trust you've been well since we last met? You didn't expect us to be able to return alive from the Scarlet Plains, and not die at the hands of you and bitch Xia." Priest Air Mu and the others fiercely stared at Yin Shirshing with a strong intent of killing. Immediately, countless people present looked at Yin Shirshing. All of them came to a sudden realization. No wonder so many Thunder Retribution Realm experts had appeared. It turned out that they were all here for this kid. They regretted it so much that their intestines turned green. If they had known that the Yin World Star would cause such a huge disaster, they wouldn't have talked to this bastard even if they were beaten to death. Now, they were also targeted by this group of Thunder Tribulation Realm devils. The odds were against them. Seniors. Yin Shirshing was scared half to death when he saw the auras of the Thunder Tribulation Realm experts locking onto him. His face was pale as he stammered, I, Yin Shirshing, have been a good citizen since I was young. I've never done anything bad, and I don't think I've offended any of you seniors. Did you get the wrong person? He felt like he was a little sheep being targeted by a group of hungry wolves. Wrong my ass. Even if you turn into ashes, I'll still recognize you. A Thunder Tribulation Realm devil cursed. You still say you're a good citizen? Do you have any shame? Even devils aren't as vicious as you. Even old devils like us have fallen for your evil tricks. Who would dare to look down on you? A red-clothed devil sneered. Pretend, continue pretending. Your acting skills are indeed not bad. You can even win an award. At this level, you can still pretend to be ignorant and innocent. If it wasn't for you and Xia Ping from the Universe faction deceiving us once, we might really have been fooled again. Taoist Air Mu's eyes revealed a hint of coldness. I swear to the heavens. Yin Shirshing felt wronged. Seniors, Yin Shirshing, have never lied to anyone. I've never seen any of you before. Did you misunderstand something? Don't fall for someone else's trick and fall for someone else's plot to sow discord. He was dumbfounded and didn't know what was going on. But when he heard the words Universe Sex Xia Ping, he instinctively felt that something was wrong. A sense of danger rose in his heart. Damn, this kid is amazing. He's already immersed in his acting. Even now, he's still playing dumb. Even after being caught, he still refuses to admit it. Even a devil can't compare to his shamelessness. I'm convinced. It's not wrong for us to be tricked. He's indeed talented. A black-clothed devil was convinced. He felt that Ian Shershing's acting was really top-notch. He could be considered an old devil and was well-versed in the human heart. But now, he couldn't tell whether this kid was lying or not. It was completely the truth. With a slap, Wolf Garin stepped forward and slapped Ian Shershing fiercely. What I fucking look down on the most is people like you who know your wrongs and refuse to change. You've already been caught red-handed, and you still don't fucking admit it. You and Universe Sex Xia Ping teamed up to trick us into the blood planes, causing us to be chased by the Saint Undead, and even benefiting from it. You obtained a large amount of longevity fruit from it. Do you think you can get away with it just by playing dumb? What? Ian Shershing was stunned. I actually did such a fierce thing. I even killed a large group of Thunder Calamity Realm devils and obtained a large number of longevity fruit. Why doesn't he have any impression of it? Could it be that he lost his memories? When the gang of scoundrels heard this, all of them were taken aback. They looked at Ian Shershing in disbelief. They had not expected Ian Shershing to have hidden himself so deeply. Even these peerless devils could not see through him. Truly, one could not judge a book by its cover. If it was anyone else who said this, they would definitely not believe it. However, Taoist Mu and this group of Thunder Calamity Realm devils had been famous in the universe for tens of thousands of years. How could they come to this place to wrongly accuse Ian Shershing for no reason? Seniors, even though I don't know what happened, I can be sure that I'm absolutely being wronged. Because I'm mortal enemies with Xia Ping from the Universe Sect, and we're irreconcilable enemies. So how could I possibly help him? There must be a trick behind this. Ian Shershing shouted. Hee, at the beginning, you also told us the same thing. You said that you and Xia Ping were enemies, and that you even had your woman stolen by him. You even slandered him on the internet and spread rumors. Taoist Mu sneered. At that time, we were blinded by lard, and we really believed your lies. In the end, we were tricked and fell into your trap, causing the death of a group of fellow Taoists, causing heavy losses, and even the longevity fruit was taken away by you. Do you think we would still believe your words? Do you think we are stupid? Do you think we would believe a few random words? His body emitted a terrifying blood-red killing intent. This. Chapter 1751. What's the point of talking to this kid? Capture him, search his soul, and turn him into an idiot. Then, we'll know whether he's telling the truth or not. Wolf Garin smiled ferociously and immediately attacked Ian Shershing. He didn't want to continue talking nonsense. Boom. Immediately, he struck with his claw. A black claw shadow appeared in the void. It was covered with dense black runes, sealing the sky and locking the earth. This was the strongest attack of a Thunder Retribution Realm expert. The expressions of the surrounding people changed. They all knew that this Wolf Clan leader was serious. He was definitely not bluffing. 5 Elements Talisman. Sensing this dense murderous intent, Ian Shershing's expression changed greatly. If it was just Wolf Garin, he was confident that he could escape with his own strength. The problem was that Wolf Garin wasn't the only one here. There were other Thunder Retribution Realm experts eyeing him covetously. Without saying anything, he immediately took out a saint-level talisman, 5 Elements Talisman. This was a life-saving talisman that his master, the 5 Elements Saint, had given to his disciples. Everyone only had one, and they wouldn't use it unless it was a critical moment. Clearly, this was a critical moment. If he didn't take it out now, he would die. Boom. This talisman immediately appeared in midair. A 5 Elements formation appeared. The power of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, gathered together and condensed into a huge millstone that kept spinning. It contained the power of the 5 elements, heaven and earth, yin and yang, 8 trigrams, and so on. It had the power to destroy vitality and the power to move the stars. It also emitted wisps of Saint's aura. And this power attacked Wolf Garin and the other demons. It was earth-shattering, as if it was going to completely destroy this world. Dodge! Wolf-Garen and the others' expressions changed greatly. They could feel how terrifying this talisman was. It was definitely an incredible trump card. They instantly dodged. Boom! The power of the 5 elements talisman exploded instantly, covering almost 100,000 kilometers. The ground was blasted into a shocking pit, and there were shocking cracks everywhere. Cracking sounds could be heard, and dust filled the air. Damn it, he escaped. Taoist Air Mu's divine sense was sharp, and his expression was ugly. At this moment, he sensed that Yin Shirshing had fled tens of thousands of miles away, disappearing from this place. Bastard! As expected, it was done by this brat. Earlier, he was still pretending that he didn't know anything. These disciples from the Orthodox sects are all hypocrites. An elder of the Wolf clan cursed. Don't worry, the monk can run, but the temple can't. Sooner or later, there will be a day where I will settle the score with these 2 bitches. Stealing my treasure, Wolf-Garen, won't be that easy to settle. Wolf-Garen was filled with murderous intent. As a werewolf, he was the most vengeful and vengeful. Even if he couldn't kill the enemy this time, there would always be a time when he could kill the enemy. As long as he didn't die, he would continue to take revenge. Boo! At this moment, on the other side, Yin Shirshing had fled hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. He was hiding in a cave and panting heavily. He had used up a lot of his magic power. His face was pale and he felt like he had overindulged. In order to escape from the claws of Wolf-Garen and the other demons, he had used up all his skills. Xia Ping, it must be that bitch Xia Ping. I don't know what that bitch did to harm me. Yin Shirshing was furious. He thought about how he was being hunted down for no reason and was forced to use the only life-saving method that his master had given him. He suffered a heavy loss and suffered this undeserved disaster. He was so angry that he had nowhere to vent his anger. Thinking about the words of the group of demons just now, how could he not understand that the reason why he was being hunted down and misunderstood was all because of that bitch Xia Ping's plot? He didn't know what that bitch used to harm him and made others think that he was in cahoots with Xia Ping. In reality, that was not the case at all. Beep beep, at this time, Yin Shirshing's communicator rang. It was a call from the sect elder of the 5 Elements sect. He didn't hesitate and immediately connected to the communicator of the Universe Virtual Network. Yin Shirshing, good boy. You really can't judge a book by its cover. I didn't expect you to be so fierce. Even Wolf-Garen and the other peerless demons were tricked to death. As expected of a successor disciple of our 5 Elements sect. I really underestimated you. I thought you were just a coward before, but now I really have a whole new level of respect for you. The 5 Elements sect elder laughed. He obviously knew what had just happened. Yin Shirshing's face was very dark. Hearing these praises, he was not happy at all. It seemed that this elder had always looked down on him and thought that he was a coward. He opened his mouth and said, "Elder, it's a misunderstanding. In fact, I was framed. I didn't do these things at all. It was all those demons who framed me." Pretend, continue pretending. Everyone knows about this, so don't pretend anymore. Moreover, we're all disciples of the 5 Elements sect, so why are you pretending to be someone else? The 5 Elements sect elder obviously did not believe Yin Shirshing's words, and said, "You can't be afraid that your longevity fruit will be asked for by the other elders. That's why you deliberately said such words, right? To be honest, in your eyes, are we that kind of people? I never thought that you, Yin Shirshing, would be such a person. This is truly disappointing." He was very unhappy. He thought that Yin Shirshing had said such words because he thought that he was plotting for the longevity fruit on his body. Of course, in reality, he also had this kind of thought in his heart. After all, this was a fruit that could increase one's lifespan. Who wouldn't be crazy about it? Elder, no, it's not like that. Listen to my explanation. Yin Shirshing was anxious. That was not what he meant. If it's not like that, then what? Since you don't even want to tell me the truth, then don't say any more. Just pretend that we never knew each other. Goodbye. The 5 Elements sect elder was angry and immediately hung up. It's over, it's all over. Yin Shirshing's face turned green. He was not lying at all. Why did no one believe him? What was wrong with this world? Could it be that no one wanted to hear the truth? Other than this 5 Elements sect elder, there were also a large number of communication requests. They were all from the various great elders of the 5 Elements sect, as well as the successor disciples. It seemed that they all wanted to exchange for the longevity fruit with Shirshing, and there were even quite a few beautiful senior and junior sisters who wanted to offer themselves to him, all for the sake of obtaining a longevity fruit. If he really did have the longevity fruit on him, this wouldn't be much. This would be the moment when he reached the peak of his life. The problem was that he didn't, and was completely tricked by others. Even if he told the truth, no one would believe him. Instead, they would think that he was stingy and didn't want to hand over the longevity fruit. Immediately, many people felt resentment towards Shirshing and became the target of the sect. It was as if he had been betrayed by everyone. It's all that bitch Xiaoping's fault, it's all that bastard's fault. How badly does that bitch want to harm me before she can let it go? Xiaoping, you and I will never live under the same sky in this lifetime. Just you wait, there will be a time when you are unlucky. Chapter 1752. The news of Xiaoping and Shirshing teaming up to trick Taoist Mu and the other demons and obtaining a large number of longevity fruit quickly spread out, causing countless people to know about it, causing a huge commotion. Have you heard? That Xiaoping from the Heaven and Earth sect has done something big again. I've heard about it for a long time. It said that even the Wolf Clan, Wolf Garen, Taoist Mu, Long-Browed Old Devil and the other Thunder Tribulation Realm demons were all killed by him. They fell into his trap and were deceived by him. They suffered heavy casualties and many Thunder Tribulation Realm Supreme experts died. This time, that brat's harvest is astonishing. He obtained an immeasurable amount of longevity fruit and many treasures left behind by the Thunder Tribulation Realm Supreme experts. He simply became rich overnight. This is too unfair. Previously, this Xiaoping obtained the inheritance treasure of the Venerable Subodhwa, and now he actually obtained a pile of longevity fruit. Doesn't that mean that all the benefits of the heaven-reaching secret realm have been snatched away by him? It said that Shirshing and Xiaoping worked together to set up this trap. Is that true or false? I thought that Shirshing was Xiaoping's enemy. He posted a lot of posts attacking Xiaoping on the internet, as if he had a deep hatred for him. Fuck, it's all an act. That Shirshing is very cunning. The reason why he posted this post was to make others think that his relationship with Xiaoping was not good. Taoist Mu and the other demons were just careless for a moment and believed Shirshing's nonsense. In the end, they suffered a calamity and caused the death of a large number of fellow Taoists. Fuck, doesn't that mean that they set this up a long time ago to trick people? Fuck, why are these disciples of the righteous sects even more cunning than the devils? Hee, I believe that no one can believe the words of these righteous disciples. I can't even believe the punctuation marks. Otherwise, if I were to be tricked by them, I would still be helping them count the money. Sigh, this world is too dark. Where is the basic trust between people? I don't even know who to trust anymore. Many people were shocked. They did not expect that only 2 months had passed. They thought that Xiaoping would go silent, hide, and peacefully wait for the end of the heavenly secret realm. After all, many devils were staring at him, trying to snatch the treasures on his body. Who would have thought that this brat wouldn't know his place at all? Instead, he had set up a trap and killed a large number of Thunder Tribulation Realm Supreme experts. He even took the opportunity to steal a large number of longevity fruit and reaped a huge harvest. This made countless cultivators jealous and envious. At the same time, they also made him realize how cunning Xiaoping was. However, that kid Xiaoping shouldn't be complacent too early. It said that many Thunder Tribulation Realm experts are secretly searching for him. They want to kill him and steal his treasures. Someone sneered. Is there such a thing? This kind of thing is very normal. Who told him to have so many treasures on him? If we don't rob him, who else would we rob? That's right. Let's not talk about anything else. Just the fact that he has the treasures of Sabbatala and the immeasurable longevity fruit on him is enough to make countless supreme expert drool. It's said that Shirshing has also been targeted. If he dares to stick his head out, he'll probably be beaten until his brain juice comes out. How pitiful! Being targeted by so many almighty existences, I wonder if the two of them will be able to survive the remaining half a month. Many people were talking about it. On the other side, in a cave in the heaven-reaching secret realm, Yi Mengyao was hiding in this place, meditating with her legs crossed. She also knew about the recent news of Xia Ping. Accomplice? Accomplice my ass, I must have been tricked. Yi Mengyao had a strange expression on her face. She was different from the other ignorant people, but she knew the true face of this bastard Xia Ping. He was a super swindler, Wu Wudi. Furthermore, she knew that Yin Shishing and Xia Ping had not known each other for long. The two of them were like fire and water, so how could they possibly work together to cheat others? It must have been that bastard Xia Ping who had used some unknown method to trick Yin Shishing. The pitiful Yin Shishing did not know anything, and only helped carry a huge black pot, diverted the firepower, and diverted the focus of attention, but did not obtain any benefits. However, she and Yin Shishing were not very familiar with each other, so it was not a big deal for the other party to be tricked. It had nothing to do with her. Moreover, she did not have the leisure to care about other things now because she had advanced to the Thunder Retribution realm and had already sensed that the heavenly tribulation was coming. If she could not withstand it, she was afraid that she would die. This was also a scene that all the powerful figures in the Thunder Retribution realm had to experience. In this realm, every time they broke through, they would encounter a baptism of heavenly tribulation. Only by crossing it could they survive, and if they could not, they would die. In the past, Yi Mengyao might have been worried about the arrival of this heavenly tribulation, but now she had infinite confidence. Because after dual cultivation with Xia Ping, she cultivated the telepathic heart technique and obtained many of Xia Ping's divine sense of martial arts, and even a trace of the original Golden Crow energy from Xia Ping. At this moment, there was an infinite amount of heat in her body, like a star living in the depths of the elixir field, flowing through the extraordinary meridians, constantly strengthening her body and improving her aptitude. In this respect, the benefits that Xia Ping brought to her were too great. Therefore, Yi Mengyao felt very complicated and did not know how to face it. But soon she threw these emotions away, and the most important thing now was to cross the heavenly tribulation. 10 days later, in the space of the Pearl of Mountains and Rivers. Phew! Xia Ping opened his eyes and ended the consolidation cultivation that lasted for more than 10 days. He had completely consolidated his cultivation of the middle stage of the returning nature realm, and his essence, qi, and spirit had reached the peak state. At the same time, his 9 primordial spirits and 9 purple mansion spaces also devoured a large amount of energy from the dimensional space, transforming it into a huge amount of spiritual power, so that each purple mansion space was filled with the spiritual power of the sea, boundless. Vaguely, the 9 primordial spirits on his body seemed to slowly merge with his own divine sense formation, as if they were a lot more solid, and there was a sign that they were about to condense the heaven and earth Dharma idol, so that the primordial spirit was completely transformed. He felt that his spiritual power was unprecedentedly powerful, and when he punched out, it had the power to shake the world. Beep, at this time, the system said, "Congratulations to the host, this time in the heaven accessing place, you have done something that angered the heavens and people, attracting a lot of hatred. The host's hatred has now reached 200 hatred crystals. I hope the host can continue to work hard." 200 hatred crystals. When Xia Ping heard the system's voice, his eyes suddenly lit up. Last time, the hatred crystals on his body had reached more than 160, and now it had risen to 200 hatred crystals. It seemed that this time he had at least gained more than 3 billion hatred points. This was not a waste of his hard work, and he had indeed reaped great benefits. With so many hatred crystals, he would be more relaxed and confident in doing things in the future. Wait, the world tree seems to have undergone a transformation. Chapter 1753. Boom, without saying a word, Xia Ping's consciousness immediately immersed itself in his sea of consciousness. At this moment, the world tree had undergone a huge change. First was its size. It had grown tremendously and had already reached a height of 3,000 zhang, which was equivalent to a 10,000-meter tall mountain. The height of Mount Everest in his previous life was probably not as high as the current world tree. Its roots were also densely packed, taking root in the depths of the sea of consciousness. There were more than 1,000,000 of them, and they permeated the void. It was as if every root was connected to a dimensional space, absorbing the energy of these dimensional spaces. In other words, the current world tree no longer needed Xia Ping's supply. Even without Xia Ping, it could still absorb endless energy from the depths of the void and slowly grow. Other than the astonishing growth in size, its entire body also seemed to be covered in dense runes, as if mysterious scriptures were appearing on its body. Every leaf, every branch, every root seemed to contain the power of the spatial world, emitting boundless might and incomparably mystical power. Xia Ping could sense that the growth of the world tree seemed to have reached a new height. There was a qualitative change, and many mystical abilities had appeared. However, he did not know what the exact ability was yet. Furthermore, the energy of the saint's heart seemed to have not been completely devoured. It was still in the depths of the world tree's body, slowly refining and nourishing its body. Once the energy of the saint's heart was completely digested, the growth of the world tree would probably increase by another level. Xia Ping was very happy, because the stronger the world tree was, the more benefits it would bring him. Master, the longevity pill has been refined. Right at this moment, the green ox seemed to have sensed Xia Ping's aura after he had finished his closed-door cultivation and immediately sent a voice transmission with his divine sense. "You're done. Hurry up and bring it over." Xia Ping was overjoyed and immediately said. When he was in closed-door cultivation, he had given all of the longevity fruit to the green ox and asked it to help him refine the longevity pill. He did not expect it to succeed so quickly, which was an unexpected surprise. Fortunately, I did not disappoint you. All 108 longevity pills have been successfully refined. The green ox's figure flashed and appeared in front of Xia Ping. It held a space bottle in its hand, which contained the longevity pill. These longevity pills had a faint golden appearance and were densely packed with strange patterns. They emitted a dense aura of life and stirred up the fluctuations of life. Supreme longevity pill? You didn't fail even once. Xia Ping was a little surprised, because the longevity pill would have different changes according to the alchemist's strength. It was divided into low grade, middle grade, high grade, and peerless grade, and the low-grade longevity pill could only increase one's lifespan by 10,000 years. However, the peerless longevity pill could increase one's lifespan by 33,333 years. Master, it's just an ordinary pill. I've refined it countless times. It's not worth mentioning. Previously, when he had followed the mountain river saint, he had used countless spirit medicines to concoct alchemical pills. He had concocted them for free, and among them, he had also concocted quite a few longevity pills, so he was already very familiar with this task. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was a true alchemy grandmaster. This level of skill was probably the best below the saints. Let me see what it tastes like. Xia Ping took 3 longevity pills and swallowed them in one gulp without hesitation. Rumble, immediately, these 3 longevity pills were rapidly refined by the sun furnace in his body, transforming into a vast amount of life energy that flowed into his limbs, bones, and even his cells. He could feel the life energy in his body increasing bit by bit. In almost the time of a few breaths, he felt that his body had increased his lifespan by at least 100,000 years. Of course, his magic power did not increase. These longevity pills could only increase his lifespan. But this was still quite incredible. It was a mystical item in the world, and countless cultivators coveted it. However, a mere 100,000 years of lifespan was nothing to Xia Ping. Now that he had merged with the golden crow of hell's bloodline, his body already had a hint of the characteristics of a mythical life form, and his lifespan had exceeded the limit of an ordinary human. Right now, he could at least live for more than 10 million years, and increasing his lifespan by 100,000 years was only a fraction of that. Moreover, as he continued to evolve, his lifespan would increase even more. The longevity pills are refined. Looks like it's time to make a trip back to the cloud realm. Xia Ping wanted to let his parents consume these longevity pills to increase their lifespan, so that they could live for at least 100,000 years. Of course, this was only one of the reasons. More importantly, as his cultivation level increased, the trouble he caused would also increase. No matter how much he tried to hide it, the location of the cloud realm would eventually be exposed. When the time came for a group of enemies to attack, even a sage might intervene. Even the Skynet system would not be able to withstand it. Therefore, his return to the cloud realm this time was to settle things once and for all. Xia Ping planned to let Dumbo devour the entire cloud realm and move all the humans of planet Yen Huang into the Gaia space. He would then bring this group of people with him and make them his citizens. This way, even if the location of the cloud realm was exposed, no enemy could capture his parents to threaten him. He would only end up empty-handed in this place. Even if his identity as Wu Wudi was exposed and he became the target of public criticism, it did not matter if even the Qingkuan sect abandoned him. He could escape at any time. Anyway, with his current strength, he could go anywhere he wanted in the vast universe. The current Xia Ping was already fully fledged, and he was no longer an ignorant person. At that moment, the Supreme Ascension token on Xia Ping's body suddenly vibrated, and at the same time, a mechanical voice sounded. The trial of the Supreme Ascension Mystic Realm is about to end. You still have 10 minutes to prepare to leave the Supreme Ascension Mystic Realm. All trial takers, please prepare to leave the Supreme Ascension Mystic Realm. Is it over? Hearing this, Xia Ping smiled slightly. He had gained a lot from this trip to the Supreme Ascension Mystic Realm. Not only had he obtained the inheritance of Venerable Sabaduo, he had also obtained a large number of longevity fruits. As a result, he had nothing to miss about this place. Leave. Thinking of this, Xia Ping first left the space of the Mountain River Pearl and kept all the treasures. Then, he took out the Supreme Ascension token and activated it. Boom! Immediately, the Supreme Ascension token turned into a huge door of light, and a spatial tunnel appeared. This spatial tunnel happened to be connected to the location of the Qingkuan sect. Without saying a word, Xia Ping stepped in, and with a flash, he returned to the Qingkuan sect. He also appeared on top of Yen Huang Peak. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The other trial takers who were still alive in the Supreme Ascension Mystic Realm were also overjoyed. They left without hesitation, opened the door of light, and disappeared from the Supreme Ascension Mystic Realm one by one. Chapter 1754. On the second day after Xia Ping returned to the Heaven and Earth sect, many elders and even the sect leader of the Heaven and Earth sect immediately came to visit. It was obvious that they had heard the news that Xia Ping had obtained many longevity fruit and wanted to trade. After all, there were many elders in the Heaven and Earth sect who were very old and needed the longevity fruit to extend their lifespans. Of course, they did not dare to force him, and only said that they could use treasures to exchange. After all, no matter if it was status or strength, the current Xia Ping was not inferior to an ordinary elder. Xia Ping did not refuse immediately, he only said that if there was a treasure that caught his eye, he could exchange it. After all, he had more than 100 longevity Dan on him. Actually, he didn't need that many. If there were enough precious treasures, he would naturally be willing to exchange them. Hearing these words, they left in satisfaction, indicating that if there were any treasures, they would definitely come knocking. After dealing with the group of elders, Xia Ping also received a message from Dark North Saint, telling him to make a trip to Dark North Peak. Master! Very quickly, Xia Ping arrived at a quiet room in Dark North Peak. At this moment, Dark North Saint was sitting cross-legged on a praying mat. Immediately, he sensed that the aura on Dark North Saint's body was completely different from before. It had become even more unfathomable and illusory, as though it had jumped out of the 5 elements and was independent of the 3 realms. What's wrong? Dark North Saint looked at Xia Ping. Master, why do I feel like you're a little different from before? Xia Ping voiced out his doubts. Not bad, you can actually tell that your master is different. It seems like your cultivation has indeed increased very quickly. Dark North Saint was a little surprised and looked at Xia Ping with praise. Your feeling is indeed correct. Master has broken through these past few days and has advanced to a new realm. I have gained a lot. Congratulations, Master. Xia Ping cupped his hands in greeting. Dark North Saint was his master, and the more powerful he was, the more benefits he would obtain. He was very happy. All right, stop flattering me. North Sea Saint smiled and said, but I know what you did in the heaven accessing place. Although you did a good job, you also attracted a lot of hatred. Moreover, a tall tree attracts the wind. From now on, I'm afraid your life will not be very peaceful. Maybe there will be many enemies coming to kill you. You must be careful. Moreover, I also have many enemies. Although these enemies can't do anything to me, they might have their eyes on you. You need to pay more attention to this point. Don't fall into the enemy's trap. He reminded Xia Ping of the danger. Yes, Master. I understand. Xia Ping nodded. Work hard on your cultivation. Try to reach the Saint Realm as soon as possible. I'm afraid your days of freedom won't last long. Dark North Saint said profoundly. He looked at Xia Ping with a distant gaze, as though he was looking at the ends of the universe. After saying this, he waved his hand and let Xia Ping leave. Soon, Xia Ping returned to Yanhuang Peak. At this moment he received a piece of good news from the green ox. The slumbering corpse beast had finally awakened. Without another word, he immediately returned to the mountain River Pearl space and arrived at a valley, because that was where the corpse beast was temporarily placed. At this moment, Green Ox and Corinne appeared in this place, guarding the awakened corpse beast. This is a zombie beast? Xia Ping's eyes widened, because he discovered that the ferocious corpse beast had changed beyond recognition. It broke out of a meatball as if it had turned into a butterfly. It had actually turned into a 7- or 8-year-old little Lolita. She had a head of black waist-length hair, glass-like blood-colored eyes, porcelain-like baby skin, cherry-like small mouth, and a small jade nose. She looked incomparably cute. And now she was wearing a black dress, Gotelli style. It seemed that this black dress was not simple. Its defensive power was extremely strong, comparable to a half-step sage tool, as if it was a defensive power that she instinctively condensed. Her body also exuded a faintly discernible dark aura, extremely dangerous, as if she was a dormant vicious beast. Her small body contained infinite power. Moreover, she was expressionless and did not say a word. No one could clearly see the fluctuations in her heart. Therefore, Green Ox and Corinne rushed to this place, fearing that this corpse beast would launch an attack. At this moment, the black-haired Lolita sensed the aura coming from Xia Ping and suddenly stood up. With a snap, her figure flickered, and she instantly pounced on Xia Ping, hanging on him like a koala bear. Xia Ping was stunned, but then he sensed that he had an instinctive sense of intimacy with this black-haired Lolita. There was a close and inseparable connection between their souls. He could also sense that this black-haired Lolita was sentimentally attached to him and regarded him as her closest relative. At the same time, he also discovered that the other party's mind was blank, as if she was a newborn baby, not understanding anything. Xia Ping thought about it and understood. From birth until now, the corpse beast had always been in a state of chaos. It didn't have any self-awareness, and it would not have been born. However, after being controlled by him, the corpse beast's body underwent an incredible change. It also gave birth to self-awareness and underwent a huge evolution. Therefore, now was the moment when the corpse beast was just born, just like a newborn baby. Oh, that's right, I have to give you a name. From now on, you will be called Luna. Xia Ping immediately decided to give this black-haired Lolita a name. Luna. The black-haired Lolita blinked her big eyes. She didn't seem to understand the meaning of this word, but it didn't prevent her from imitating this word. After all, her IQ was too high, her memory was outstanding, and she had a photographic memory. Yes, from now on you will be called Luna, but now I have to test your ability. Xia Ping touched his chin. He wanted to test Luna's current ability. After all, the corpse beast's current appearance was a little too strange. He didn't know how much of the corpse beast's power Luna had retained. Thinking of this, he grabbed a barbaric dragon rabbit from afar and used it as a test subject. Luna, turn this creature into your dependent. Xia Ping said to Luna. Dependent? Luna blinked her eyes. Although she didn't understand what Xia Ping said, she instinctively knew how to create dependence. This was the instinctive power of her body. Swoosh. She stretched out a finger and lightly tapped the barbaric dragon rabbit. Immediately, a mysterious black energy instantly entered the barbaric dragon rabbit's body. Immediately, the barbaric dragon rabbit let out a shrill cry, as if it was being corroded by the black energy. Following that, its body underwent earth-shattering changes. First, its body became stronger, expanding to 3 times its original size. Every inch of its muscles bulged, and it was as hard as steel. At the same time, it seemed to have the power of gluttony. Its stomach was very hungry, and it devoured food crazily. As the energy it devoured increased, its strength, speed, and physique seemed to be rapidly evolving. Chapter 1755. Very strong. Xia Ping's eyes lit up when he saw the rabbit's transformation. It had been an ordinary rabbit, but after becoming a dependent of a zombie beast, it had undergone earth-shattering changes. It was as if the limiter on its evolution had been lifted, allowing it to evolve rapidly. Its entire body had been transformed by the zombie beast cells, turning into a different species. However, it wasn't like it didn't have any flaws. Firstly, the barbaric dragon rabbit that had become a corpse monster's kin would no longer have the ability to infect others. In other words, the barbaric dragon rabbit that had become a corpse monster would no longer be able to develop kin, and it wouldn't be able to spread the virus. The only one who could produce dependence was Luna. Even the dependent's strength was limited by Luna. They would always be 1 level lower than her. Unless Luna evolved again, they would never be able to break through. But thinking about it, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. After all, Xia Ping wanted to create a large number of subordinates and high-level fighters, not enemies for himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to control them. It wasn't a big deal even if they weren't infectious. He didn't want to become a terrorist or engage in biological warfare. Moreover, after becoming dependents, their life and death would be under Luna's control. With a single thought, they would die no matter where they were. This was absolute control. Interesting. At the same time, Xia Ping discovered an interesting phenomenon. It seemed that when dependents devoured large amounts of food and obtained energy, they would send half of the energy back to Luna, strengthening her and helping her evolve quickly. In other words, dependents were equivalent to Luna's clones. The stronger her clones were, the faster they evolved. She would also become stronger without needing to cultivate hard. Thus, developing countless dependents was the best way for Luna to cultivate. It was easy to develop dependents. Luna could produce 100,000 dependents at once, and as her strength increased, she could produce even more. I'll immediately develop a batch of dependents when I return to the Cloud Heaven realm and see how it works. Xia Ping was pleasantly surprised. He felt that Luna's usefulness was extraordinary. This was definitely the power of a large army. If they were developed, the power they could display would be terrifying. This was the creation of a new race. Haha, are these my new subordinates? So, suddenly, a voice rang out. The person who had spoken was Tan Menglu. She had also appeared in this place. She seemed to have heard the news that the zombie beasts had awakened and had quickly rushed over. Beside her, Gaia also followed. She seemed to be very curious about this strange creature that had just woken up. Master. Sensing 2 unfamiliar auras, the black-haired lowly Luna raised her head and looked at Xia Ping, then at Dumbo and Tan Menglu. Her eyes were filled with confusion, as if she did not know whether they were friend or foe. Don't worry, they're all friends. Don't worry. Xia Ping knew that this was the instinctive management of the zombie beast. If he was not here, Luna would have already taken action to eliminate the danger. Therefore, Corinne and Green Ox's worries are not unreasonable. She might look harmless now, but that was only because she was hiding her fierceness in this place. If she wasn't controlled, she would definitely be a super dangerous creature. Little friend, do you know that I'm the eldest in this place? If you follow me in the future, I guarantee that you'll have a good life. Tan Minglu patted her chest. She wanted to take in a lackey. Ahem. Dumbo coughed and cast a sidelong glance. Tan Minglu immediately felt guilty, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She had almost forgotten that there was a vicious and hateful monster here. She had no choice but to lower her head under the eaves. She changed the topic and said, "Ahem, I was wrong just now. In fact, Big Sister Dumbo is the eldest. I, Tan Minglu, am the second. In the future, you'll be the third." Tan Minglu immediately ranked, establishing a master-follower relationship and confirming the status of both sides. In the future, she would have a lackey to order her around. Thinking of this, she almost laughed out loud. Luna blinked her big pure eyes. She did not seem to know what ranking was, but the bloodline in her body seemed to be somewhat similar to Tan Minglu's, giving her a sense of intimacy. "Little Luna, I'll protect you," Dumbo said to Luna. Dumbo said to Luna. She could sense that Luna and Xia Ping had a spiritual connection, and they were inseparable. They were on the same side. Xia Ping ignored Tan Minglu and turned to Corinne and said, "Corinne, I'll leave Luna's teaching to you. You must make sure that she understands some common sense about this world." For the newborn Luna, everything was strange and curious, just like a child. She needed a knowledgeable teacher to guide her so that she could grow quickly. There was no doubt that Corinne was the best teacher. He was not worried that Luna would not be able to learn because such a super creature's IQ was really too high. Even if there was no one to guide her, he estimated that she would be able to thoroughly familiarize herself with this world and understand a lot of knowledge in a few days. However, with guidance, she would be able to avoid a lot of detours. Be a teacher? I want to be a teacher. Let me teach her, okay? Hearing this, Tan Minglu volunteered. She rolled her eyes and thought of a good idea. In the next class, she would spread the knowledge that she was a big sister to Luna, constantly brainwashing her so that she would always worship her. This way, her position as a big sister would be settled. Moreover, she would have a loyal thug. "Go away," Xia Ping said snappily. If he really let Tan Minglu be a teacher, he was afraid that Luna's character would become crooked. In the future, she would probably only be a foodie, eating everywhere and becoming a complete loser. "Don't look down on people." Tan Minglu exploded and grimaced in anger. However, she was easily suppressed by Xia Ping, cutting off her idea of teaching and educating people. Later, she angrily ate for food and ate dozens of tons of food. A few days later, Xia Ping cultivated in peace and consolidated his cultivation base. Luna's education was also on track. These days, she followed Corinne and entered the virtual network world to learn all kinds of knowledge and common sense of the human world. It was estimated that after a period of time, Luna would be able to completely adapt to the rules of this world. At that time, she would be able to walk freely in this world without worrying about exposing her identity. Then, Xia Ping stopped cultivating and came out of the quiet room. After a few days of rest, his essence, qi, and spirit had also reached their peak state. It was unprecedentedly good. Therefore, he immediately started the stars and returned to the cloud world. He was looking forward to it because he had not returned to the cloud world for a few years. He did not know what the cloud world had become. A spaceship immediately left Qianquan's star and entered the endless dark starry sky. Chapter 1756. I wonder what the cloud realm is like now? Xia Ping stayed in the spaceship, feeling very comfortable. He held a glass of red wine in his hand, looking like a noble. We have always been in contact with the cloud realm. They also have a virtual network. I can tell you the specific situation of the cloud realm in detail, Corinne, who was next to him, said. No, there's no need. Let's go back to the cloud realm first. This is also a small surprise. Xia Ping waved his hand. The speed of the stars was extremely fast. It jumped through space and passed by planets. After advancing for many light years, the surrounding starry sky was still and unchanging. It seemed that it had been like this for countless years and had never changed. Such a spectacular scene made people feel relaxed and happy. Beep, beep, suddenly, the system's voice sounded. It was very urgent. Warning, warning, There is a strong killing intent in the depths of the void targeting the host. The host is facing great danger. Please be careful, please be careful. Please escape immediately. The enemy is not to be fought. It is suspected that they have reached the sage realm. What? Hearing this voice, Xia Ping's hair stood on end. His sixth sense was shrouded by the aura of death. He immediately jumped up from his seat with an extremely grave expression. Rays of light appeared in the depths of his eyes. There was an enemy attack, and it was even an attack by a sage. He narrowed his eyes. He did not expect such a thing to happen. He wanted to continue asking the system what kind of person had the killing intent against him and what kind of sage wanted to deal with him. Boom. Before Xia Ping could ask anything, just as the spaceship was about to leave the star field ruled by the Qingquan faction, a mysterious force suddenly descended from the void and sealed the area within a radius of thousands of light years. This area seemed to be shrouded by a terrifying energy. It was as if this place had turned into a swamp and the spaceship was stuck in the mud. It was almost impossible to move. Even the surrounding void was sealed. There were energy barriers everywhere. Even if one wanted to jump through space, it was impossible. This was a fatal situation with no flaws. Immediately, a majestic voice sounded in the distance. He was wearing a red robe and carrying a long saber on his back. He had a full beard, and his entire body emitted an overbearing, violent, chaotic, murderous, crazy, and other auras. With his body as the center, the area within a radius of tens of thousands of light years seemed to have turned into a blood-colored domain. It was as if it had turned into a blood-colored world. Even the surrounding planets were affected. Under this power, mortals were almost unable to move. Even their minds seemed to have stopped working. Frenzied slaughter of saints. Xia Ping's pupils shrank. He immediately recognized the true identity of the middle-aged man in red robe in front of him. It was the enemy of Dark North Saint, the Mad Slaughter Saint who had once launched an attack on him. Originally, he thought that the other party had already given up and wouldn't deal with him anymore. He didn't expect that the other party would directly appear in front of him and even attack him personally. This kind of killing trap was really giving him too much face. A dignified saint actually personally came to kill him, not caring about his face. If this were to spread out, his name would probably go down in history. Shio. The Mad Slaughter Saint laughed sinisterly, the scar on his face trembled. It was incomparably terrifying. He did not waste words with Xia Ping. The blood-colored blade in his hand slashed down from the sky. Suddenly, a saber light swept past without a sound. It was as if the universe had been split into two by this saber light. It was like an aurora in the extreme realm of the universe, an eternal light. It was brilliant, beautiful, and moving, but it contained an aura of death and desolation. Wherever this blade went, planets and meteorites were easily cut in half, and the surrounding matter was instantly shaken into powder. Moreover, the speed was unbelievably fast. It was as if time had stopped at this moment. His pupils had just seen the blood-colored blade slash down, but the saber light had already reached his side. Xia Ping's hair stood on end. He had never felt so close to death before. It was as if at this moment his soul had already seen the existence of the hell plane, saw the bridge of helplessness, and the underworld river waving at him. At this critical moment, the infernal golden crow bloodline in his body activated, and the flames in the depths of the void burned, shattering the void. This also allowed him to break free from the shackles a little, and his body recovered a little bit of mobility. With a move of his mind, a talisman immediately flew out from his body. It was the life-saving trump card that Dark North Saint had given him, the Saint Talisman. Boom! Suddenly, the talisman tore through the void and expanded with the wind, instantly enveloping the entire spaceship. A mysterious and powerful spatial energy enveloped the surroundings, forming an absolute space. Outside this power, densely packed runes appeared, forming a supreme scripture. It was branded in the void, emitting an extremely tyrannical aura of a saint. At this moment, the blood-colored blade slashed down, fiercely striking the Saint Talisman. Immediately, sparks flew, clanging sounds rang out, and the void trembled. The saint talisman instantly obliterated the power of the blood-colored blade light. The entire spaceship trembled, but the people inside were unharmed. Dark North Saint really left behind a trump card. Does he value his disciple that much? Mad Slaughter Saint raised his eyebrows, narrowed his eyes, and sneered. He seemed to have expected this, knowing that his attack might not be able to kill this junior. At this moment, Dark North Saint, who was staying on the dark north peak of Chinquan Star, sensed this wisp of aura. He suddenly opened his eyes, piercing through the void, emitting a terrifying holy light that penetrated countless light years. His gaze fell down and arrived beside Xia Ping. Mad Slaughter, how dare you? I chopped off an arm and you fled in panic. You actually didn't tuck your tail between your legs and struggled at death's door. Now, you actually dare to come out and kill my disciple. Do you really want to die? A voice descended from the void, shaking the void. Even the vacuum showed signs of buzzing, and the surrounding planets showed signs of shattering. He was clearly still countless light years away, but his voice was transmitted directly from the void, as if his real body had descended. This mystique was simply unheard of. Dark North Saint. Hearing this, Mad Slaughter Saint roared, and the emotions of old and new hatred surged. I can't forget the hatred you gave me for cutting off my arm. It's like maggots in my bones, constantly tormenting my heart. If I don't get my revenge, I won't be able to live under the same sky. Although I'm not your match and can't kill you, I can kill your disciple and let you have a taste of what it means to have your disciple die. I want you to watch your disciple die. You can't stop me. He went completely mad and swore to take revenge. The aura on his body rose to the peak, and a blade slashed down from the void. It seemed to be more than 10 times stronger than before. What? Chapter 1757. At that moment, a door of light appeared in the depths of the void. It tore through the void and created a spatial passageway. Then, a figure walked out of the void and arrived in front of the stars. As soon as this figure appeared, he stood in the void as if he represented the pinnacle of everything. Even the great Tao was suppressed. He was a complete god with boundless divine might. Dark North Saint. The moment Saint Kwangtu attacked, he instantly arrived at this place. He did not make any movements. He merely raised his hand and slapped out silently. Don't. Immediately, the terrifying blood-colored blade chi turned into nothingness and was completely shattered. Even the power behind him dissipated and was completely absorbed. No aftershocks of power spread out. The myriad stars did not feel any ripples at all. The control of this power was amazing. Impossible, your main body is far away in Chinquan Star. How could you arrive here in an instant? Saint Kwangtu could not believe that Dark North Saint's speed was so fast. He originally thought that he could delay Dark North Saint for a few seconds. Within a few seconds, he could kill Xia Ping dozens of times. However, he did not expect that he could not delay even a second. Xia Ping instantly traveled through the void and appeared in front of him, blocking his blade. How could a shameless person like you understand the mysteries of the Tao? Kwangtu, you are already behind the times. Now is not the time for old saints like you to run amok. Dark North Saint stood with his hands behind his back, his face expressionless. However, you actually dared to attack my disciple and even dared to show your true body. It seems that you want to die. Last time, I only left you with an arm. This time, you will leave your life behind. His tone was indifferent, but it contained endless killing intent. He wanted Saint Kwangtu's life. Shameless boasting. Dark North Old Ghost, you think you can take my life? Hearing this, Saint Kwangtu laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Do you think I didn't make any preparations this time? Since I dared to attack, I was fully prepared. My main goal today is not to kill your disciple, but to kill you. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the depths of the void shook and many void doors appeared. Then, terrifying auras descended from the depths of the void and 3 figures appeared. These figures emitted terrifying auras. They were all saints. For saints, Xia Ping's pupils constricted. He sensed that something was wrong. It was obvious that the Mad Slaughter Saint had used the opportunity to kill him to set up a trap. He had contacted the other 3 saints to kill the Dark North Saint. With 4 sages ganging up on one, it seemed like things were going to be bad for him today. Thunder Barbarian Saint, Ice Demon Saint, and Black Fiend Ancestor. Dark North Saint's expression was still very calm as he recognized the true identities of the other 3 saints. You guys can also be considered to be big shots of a region, but you were actually persuaded by this stray dog to deal with this old man. It seems like this old man Kwang too also paid a great price. There is a price, but it is not enough to kill a sage. The Thunder Barbarian Saint said, "Old Ghost Dark North, the threat you pose is too great. You're just a new saint, yet you're so arrogant and overbearing. If you're allowed to grow, what will happen? In the future, will there still be a place for us, the great races of the Southern Universe? Your Heaven and Earth sect has been very overbearing recently." That's right. The Ice Demon Saint's eyes contained a trace of coldness, as if it was ice that would not melt for 10,000 years. "Old Ghost Dark North, we have long wanted your life. The Eastern Universe cannot have another invincible saint. Today, I will bury you and your disciple in the depths of the universe. The Eastern Universe does not need strong people like you to appear. Tisk Tisk, Old Geezer Dark North, I am very interested in your body. After killing you, I will refine your body into a puppet. That will be the strongest fighting force under me. You should feel honored." The Black Fiend Ancestor laughed. "Old Ghost Dark North, do you see that? This is the general trend. The people who want to kill you are like carps crossing the river. You have already become the target of public criticism. Today is the day you die." The Mad Slaughter Saint was in high spirits. With the 3 sages supporting him, no matter how strong Dark North Saint was, he would not be able to escape death today. He could also take his revenge. Go to hell. In an instant, the Thunder Barbarian Saint attacked. He seemed to have caught a trace of the Dark North Saint's weakness. The Thunder Barbarian Divine Fist. This punch contained the power of thunder that could destroy the world. It seemed to have condensed into a great path of thunder. The surrounding thousands of light years were filled with the power of the thunder retribution, communicating with the thunder dimension. In an instant, countless thunderbolts danced and turned into thunder dragons. It was as if the end of the world had arrived, destroying everything. No matter what material it was, it would be destroyed under the thunder. Even this punch contained supreme brute force. It was earth-shattering and twisted the universe. It was as if the power of savagery was added to his body, and the entire space was destroyed. This was the attack of a sage, a sure kill punch. But all of a sudden, Dark North Saint's eyes shone with a terrifying light. With a swoosh, his body disappeared into the void, disappearing without a trace. This speed was so fast that even the sages could not catch it. It was as if he had merged into the waves of the void, and no one could detect him. In the next second, his body appeared in front of the Thunder Barbarian Saint and he punched with his bare hands. In an instant, the Thunder Barbarian Saint's pupils shrank. He was terrified to the extreme, as if he could not believe what had happened in front of him. It was because he did not even know how the Dark North Saint had appeared in front of him, and how the other party had broken through the defense of his body. It had to be known that he was proficient in the magic of thunder. With his body as the center, the surrounding tens of thousands of light years were covered by the power of thunder, creating a terrifying magnetic field. The void was distorted, and thousands of layers were stacked together. If one wanted to attack his body, one would need to pass through the blockade of hundreds of millions of thunder powers and countless layers of spatial folding to be able to reach him. But now, with just one step, the Dark North Saint had ignored his space defense and thunder defense and reached him in an instant. This made him inexplicably shocked and unable to understand. Then, before he could think of a way to fight back, the Dark North Saint's fist came smashing over. Boom! It was this punch that was earth-shattering, destroyed the ages, and pierced through the void. His body was like glass, shattering inch by inch and turning into powder. In this world, only his fire of the soul was left. Impossible? Just one punch, and my body was blown up. I couldn't fight back at all. How is this possible? How is this possible? This joke is too big. Chapter 1758. Of course, for a saint, the soul was the foundation. As long as the soul wasn't destroyed, the saint could be reborn. But for Thunder Barbarian Saint, the destruction of his body was a heavy blow. In just one breath, Thunder Barbarian Saint's soul flame flickered and absorbed the power of the void. The scattered cells wriggled, as if wanting to revive and reform his body. Dark North. Seeing this, the Mad Slaughter Saint, the Black Demon Ancestor, and the Ice Demon Saint all roared. They would never allow the Northern Dark North Saint to continue attacking. If he killed the Thunder Barbarian Saint with another punch, it would be a heavy blow to them. Their bodies flashed, wanting to stop Dark North's actions. Dark North didn't even look at their actions. He took a step forward and teleported. His body turned into nothingness and easily passed through their blockade. He arrived next to Thunder Barbarian Saint's soul and punched again. No, 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 Dark North, don't kill me. Thunder Barbarian Saint, who was trying his best to revive, saw this and felt a fatal killing intent. His hair stood on end and he couldn't help but scream. Don't. His half-recovered body instantly collapsed. Even his soul couldn't hold on any longer and was completely destroyed. It was reduced to dust, transforming into nothingness. Not even dregs were left behind. How can this be? How can I, the Thunder Barbarian Saint, die in this place? Impossible, I don't want to. Deep in the void, Thunder Barbarian Saint's unwilling roar could still be heard. But no matter how unwilling he was still killed by one punch and his soul was destroyed. Impossible. Since when did that old bastard Dark North become so powerful? What exactly happened? Mad Slaughter Saint was dumbfounded. In his eyes, no matter how strong Dark North was, he was only a bit stronger than them. Even if they fought one-on-one, he might not be able to kill them. But what was going on? Just 2 punches had killed Thunder Barbarian Saint and destroyed his soul. This result was too exaggerated and unbelievable. He broke through and reached a higher realm. He touched the invincible realm. Patriarch Hayamo screamed in fear. Damn, I understand. Why did he come so fast? He didn't come with his real body but a projection, so he crossed billions of light years in an instant and arrived here. We still have a chance. We just need to resist for a while. As time passes, his power will dissipate and his projection will disappear. He had seen through some of the secrets of the Dark North Saint. Projection? Are you fucking kidding me? How is that possible? A mere projection killed the Thunder Barbarian Saint with 2 punches. Are you fucking kidding me? The Ice Demon Saint cursed. He was extremely terrified. It felt that it shouldn't have come this time. It definitely shouldn't have come. What kind of terrifying monster was it dealing with now? How was this a siege? It was simply sending itself to death. Don't be afraid. No matter how powerful he is just a projection. Once we kill this projection, we will immediately escape. We still have a chance. Mad Slaughter Saint roared. He no longer wanted to kill Dark North Saint, he just wanted to escape. The further he escaped, the better, far away from this terrifying monster. He was terrified to the extreme. He thought that only tens of thousands of years had passed, and Dark North Saint should not have had much room for improvement. After all, saints had an almost unlimited lifespan, and every breakthrough required a lot of time. But how could he have known that the Dark North Saint was so terrifying that it was beyond his imagination? It was not something he could compare to. Bloody Slaughter Heaven Blade. In an instant, Mad Slaughter Saint went crazy. He immediately used all his strength and pulled out the Saint Weapon Blood Blade from his body. He slashed at Dark North Saint, tearing through the void. The blood-red saber connected to the blood dimension, the slaughter dimension, the darkness dimension, and various other dimensions. Boundless power and runes descended from the void and strengthened the saber. This attack contained the essence of his lifetime's cultivation. It used the blood dimension's will as the foundation, the slaughter dimension's will as the support, and his own endless magic power as the driving force. Once it exploded, it could destroy countless spaces. Even a solar system would be blasted into dust. This blade was too terrifying, too domineering. It swept across everything, and the blade light tore through the galaxy. Dark North Saint looked at this scene and did not say anything. He saw the blood-colored blade light coming down and the world shaking. Suddenly he blew into the distance. Rumble! This breath caused the stars to tremble. It was as if they had turned into a cosmic storm, a spatial storm, and also like a connate astral wind blowing. The entire universe and the galaxy were trembling and shaking violently. Xia Ping could sense that the countless planets in the vicinity seemed to be blown away, changing the direction in which they were orbiting. All the asteroids were turned into dust. It was even to the extent that the blood-red saber chi was unable to withstand this attack at all. Banging sounds rang out as it instantly collapsed into powder and vanished into thin air. This part of the starry sky was completely cleared. Impossible, Dark North old man, you can't be so strong. You can break my bloody slaughter heaven blade with just a breath. How much do you want to look down on me? I can't accept this, I can't accept this. Mad Slaughter Saint went completely crazy. Tens of thousands of years ago, his strength was still on par with Dark North Saint, and they could even fight back. But now, his cultivation stagnated and even regressed. However, Dark North Sage had far surpassed him, reaching a realm that he could not even imagine. Just a single breath of air from him was enough to shatter his ultimate attack. This was a fact that he could not accept. Suddenly his hair stood on end. He felt the fatal killing intent coming from Dark North Saint's body. He didn't dare to howl anymore. His body flashed and he retreated, trying to dodge. But it was too late. Dark North Saint punched out again, soundless and direct. There were no fancy moves and it went straight to the point. His body flashed and he directly teleported in front of Mad Slaughter Saint, ignoring all spatial seals. It was as if spatial barriers were no different from tofu to him. His eyes were very calm, like an abyss, dark and deep, devouring everything. It was as if nothing could shake him. The depths of his pupils contained the endless mysteries of the universe, and countless stars revolved. In the next second, Mad Slaughter Saint let out a shrill scream because under this punch, his entire body was shattered. Even the Saint treasure blade on his body was shattered, completely exploding and shattering inch by inch. Such a punch was boundlessly terrifying. It could destroy all things with one technique, and destroy all techniques. Even Mad Slaughter Saint couldn't see what kind of power and mystery this punch contained. It was as if it was all-encompassing and contained the true meaning of the entire universe. Chapter 1759. The dense runes on Raging Slaughter Saint's body also exploded. This was the power of the divine ability that he had blessed his body with. Its defensive power was comparable to that of an ordinary sacred tool, and ordinary power could not break it at all. But in the face of this punch, these runes could not resist, and were even more fragile than tofu. First of all, his entire tyrannical body collapsed. Every inch of muscle, every meridian, even every cell, and every hair turned into ashes. Then, his soul was like a candle flame under a storm, instantly extinguished by the fist wind. The insufferably arrogant Raging Slaughter Saint who said that he wanted to take revenge on Dark North Saint and make Dark North Saint send off his son died just like that. Normally speaking, an expert at the level of a child like Raging Slaughter Saint would not be killed. Even if many saints surrounded him, he would have a way to escape and escape. But now, he didn't even have a way to escape because the enemy he encountered was too strong, so strong that he didn't even have the thought of escaping and was instantly destroyed. In his perception, he should have been able to block a punch, but obviously, Raging Slaughter Saint overestimated himself. One mistake and he lost his life. However, this might not be a mistake. It was just that Raging Slaughter Saint completely did not expect that Dark North Saint, who could only cut off one of his arms before, was now in existence that he could no longer reach. But he couldn't imagine this, and still dared to come to his door. He was destined to die. Too strong. Xia Ping was also shocked. Seeing Dark North Saint's punch, it was straightforward, without any fancy moves, but it was incomparably powerful, violent, and contained destructive power. With a punch, it operated the rules of the universe, as if all the power was on the side. It itself represented the truth of the universe, represented the authority of the world. If the monarch wanted the minister to die, the minister had no choice but to die. This was the mighty power of the nearing Tao, surpassing everything. Corinne and Greenox also saw this scene. They couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva, inexplicably shocked. To be honest, they had also followed the saints, Mountain River Saint and Stars Saint, but the strength of the two saints was only on par with Raging Slaughter Saint. But now, the Wild Slaughter Saint and the Thunder Barbarian Saint were both killed by the Dark North Saint with 3 punches, and their souls were shattered. What shocked them the most was that this wasn't even his actual body, but merely a projection. This kind of realm was simply beyond their imagination, and it was not something they could comprehend at all. Impossible, dead, Mad Slaughter Saint is also dead? Too fast, it's really too fast. Just one punch and he was beaten to death. His body even exploded. What kind of joke is this? The Mad Slaughter Saint is not a simple expert. He has lived for 300 million years and is an old saint. He has killed countless strong enemies and is almost an immortal existence. Now, he was killed with a single punch. Crazy, completely crazy. Just what kind of medicine did that old man Dark North take? Old Ancestor Black Demon and Ice Demon Saint's hair stood on end. They felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. They had never felt such panic before. It was as if they had returned to the era when they were still mortals. At that time, there were enemies everywhere, and the disaster of clan extermination was at every turn. They had to be extremely careful and fearful. But after becoming saints, they no longer felt this way. They were high and mighty, the ancestors of their race. Even if a saint wanted to kill them, it would be very difficult. They were almost immortal existences in this world. But now, with just a few punches, the Mad Slaughter Saint and the Thunder Barbarian Saint were beaten to death and completely fell. Things happened so fast that they couldn't even react. Old Man Dark North, what kind of realm have you reached? Why did you suddenly become so powerful? Why is this happening? Old Ancestor Black Demon shouted, his eyes staring at Dark North Saint, wanting to know why. Don't ask, run. Ice Demon Saint was extremely panicked. He could feel the terrifying killing intent coming from Dark North Saint. Under such killing intent, he felt like a small boat in a storm, and he would be destroyed in the next second. He no longer wanted to besiege Dark North Saint. He just wanted to escape. But it was too late. Dark North Saint was not interested in talking to them at all. It seemed that the two of them were not qualified to talk to him at all. He attacked again. He took a step forward and punched twice. Ice Demon Saint and Old Ancestor Black Demon each took a punch. Suddenly, all kinds of techniques were activated, the heavens moved, and all kinds of techniques sounded in unison. Within a radius of hundreds of thousands of light years, countless stars seemed to dance with this punch, gathering the endless power of starlight, void power, and dimensional power in the depths of the void. The power of the Milky Way gathered, and thousands of stars gathered and fell. Vaguely, 2 divine beast Kuanpungs descended from the void. Dense scriptures appeared on their bodies, and the starlight was dazzling. They were like overlords of the universe, exuding a fierce aura. Go to hell, go to hell. Old Ancestor Hayamo felt a fatal crisis looming over him. He screamed madly and used many secret techniques. He even burned his own magic power and soul to raise his battle prowess to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, he blasted out thousands of divine arts. But it was useless. This punch enveloped the entire space, encompassing all phenomena and encompassing the entire universe. Any power that came into contact with this punch would instantly be reduced to nothingness. First, the black demon armor on his body collapsed, and the many magic treasures on his body shattered inch by inch. Then his hands, feet, head, and even his soul were turning into nothingness. He screamed, extremely unwilling. I can't accept this, I can't accept this. Why is this happening? I, Old Ancestor Black Demon, have dominated the universe for hundreds of millions of years. I'm a ferocious monster, and I kill people like flies. I'm the ancestor of a race, but now I can't even block a single punch. What kind of divine ability is this? What kind of fist technique is this? What kind of existence is this? He screamed, he was unwilling, he cursed, and he roared. As a saint, he was the noblest existence in the world and could be said to be immortal. But now he was about to fall. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. How could he accept this? But no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free from the fist energy. Xia Ping stayed on the spaceship and could clearly see this punch. In the center of the Dark North Saint's fist, there was a terrifying fist will that tore the void. With the fist as the center, the star field within hundreds of thousands of light years collapsed. Light in the depths of the void was devoured, and all force fields were distorted. Under such a distorted force field, it was impossible for old ancestor Black Demon's body and soul to escape. Such a punch only contained one kind of power, and that was destruction. It seemed that everything that came into contact with it would be destroyed, turned into powder, and turned into nothingness. Chapter 1760. The Ice Demon Saint's situation was not good either. He could not withstand the punch, and his body quickly exploded into pieces like Patriarch Hmo. However, his soul was not ordinary. It was crystal clear and contained the 9 heavens nether chi. It was much stronger than the souls of saints like Patriarch Hmo. Therefore, his soul did not collapse. Without saying a word, the Ice Demon Saint fled in panic. He turned into nether chi and tore through the void, wanting to escape immediately. At the same time, he stimulated a terrifying spiritual wave that swept across dozens of star regions like a cosmic storm. He tried to call for help. Help, help! Cries for help spread out, covering thousands of star fields and waking up many sages. What's going on? The Ice Demon Saint is asking for help. Someone is trying to kill him. Who could be so cruel? How could he chase after the Ice Demon Saint? It's Dark North Old Man. He's chasing after him. His body has already collapsed, and only his soul is left. The Ice Demon Saint is about to die. Impossible. When did Dark North Old Man become so powerful? Oh my God, this must be a joke. Not only the Ice Demon Saint, but Patriarch Hmo, Thunder Barbarian Saint, and Mad Slaughter Saint were also killed by him. None of them escaped. The saints were shocked. They scanned the area with their divine senses and immediately understood the truth of the matter. They were all extremely shocked. As far as they knew, the Dark North Saint was only a new saint, and there was not much difference between him and the old saints like the Ice Demon Saint. But now, he could chase after the Ice Demon Saint and make him flee in panic, desperately asking for help. He had even killed 3 saints. His ferocity was boundless. Seeing the Ice Demon Saint's actions, the Dark North Saint was expressionless. He gently flicked his finger. Don't. Immediately, with his body as the center, a terrifying vibration was produced. It shook tens of trillions of times in a second and continued to spread. Terrifying destructive ripples appeared, covering hundreds of millions of light years. Don't. In the next second, the Ice Demon Saint let out a miserable scream. He could not even hold on for a second, and his soul instantly collapsed. No, I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Before dying, the Ice Demon Saint let out an extremely mournful roar, but it was to no avail. In just a second, his voice collapsed and disappeared from this universe. The Ice Demon Saint was dead. Too ferocious. Xia Ping exclaimed. Just now, the Ice Demon Saint, the Black Demon Ancestor, the Thunder Barbarian Saint, and the Mad Slaughter Saint had joined forces to besiege the Northern Dark Saint. No matter how he looked at it, it was a situation of certain death. But with a flip of his hand, the Dark North Saint switched from defense to offense. With just a few punches, the 4 saints were all killed. Their bodies were all smashed to smithereens. In front of the Dark North Sage, these sages were no different from scraps of paper. However, at this moment, Dark North Saint's body seemed to be a little dim, appearing transparent. It seemed like the power of the projection was constantly dissipating, and was about to disappear from this space. A Saint-tier flying ship. A decent magic treasure. It seems you've had quite the fortuitous encounter. Dark North Sage glanced at Xia Ping's spaceship and immediately saw many mysteries. It seemed that there were not many things in the universe that he could not see through. Your disciple had a fortuitous encounter. Xia Ping said modestly. With this magic treasure in hand, I'm afraid that even if the saint wanted to kill you, he would have to spend some effort. It seems that even if I don't make a move this time, this Kwangtu old ghost won't be able to kill you. Dark North Saint nodded. The height he was standing at now was simply too high. A mere Saint-tier flying ship was no longer in his eyes. In his opinion, it was just a decent magic treasure, worthy of praise. No. If Master didn't make a move, even if the 4 saints made a move, this disciple wouldn't be able to withstand it. A group of old farts, shamelessly besieging a junior, it's really despicable. But Master is really amazing, 1 against 4, and it's still so easy. Xia Ping was indignant. Was there such a thing in the world? For saints surrounded him, just thinking about it made him feel scared. Fortunately, he had a backer, and it was not that easy to provoke. Alright, stop flattering me. Since the Mad Slaughter Saint and the others are dead, you should be safe now. No one will dare to deal with you for a short period of time. Dark North Saint's body gradually became transparent, as if it was about to disappear. This was the power of the projection that was about to dissipate. His divine sense spread out, warning the saints that had descended from the surroundings. Feeling such a warning, the surrounding saints immediately shrank back. The ferocious might of Dark North Saint just now had scared many saints. This was definitely an invincible demon god that could not be provoked. Master, you were too ruthless just now. Everything was destroyed by you. If you had been a little lighter, you might have been able to leave behind a few saint artifacts. Xia Ping said regretfully. You're interested in a pile of scrap metal? Dark North Saint cast a sidelong glance and said, but Master was indeed a little heavy-handed. I haven't fought for a long time, so I can't distinguish the severity of the situation. It won't happen next time. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared. Obviously, the power of the projection had completely disappeared. Who? Sensing that Dark North Saint's aura had disappeared, Green Ox and Corinne heaved a sigh of relief. In front of such a big shot, their performance was a little unbearable. This was like a commoner meeting an emperor. The difference in status was too great to be calculated. Master, you really hugged a super thigh. Green Ox sighed with emotion. This Dark North Saint is definitely an extremely monstrous genius from ancient times to the present. He can at least be ranked in the top 100. It's too scary to have such strength at such a young age. Indeed, if I'm not wrong, I'm afraid this sage has already touched the invincible realm. I'm afraid such a big shot usually doesn't show up. Corinne said that even if he followed the myriad star saints, he had never seen a saint of this level. It seemed that such a saint had drawn a boundary with ordinary saints and was detached from worldly affairs. He felt that if the myriad star saints had offended the current Dark North Saint, he would not have been able to escape. The whole spaceship would have turned into ashes. Not to mention leaving behind an inheritance, not even dregs would be left. No, there seems to be a treasure left behind. Suddenly, Xia Ping's divine sense spread out, covering a radius of millions of kilometers, and he sensed auras appearing in the depths of the void. Space ring. He was overjoyed. This was clearly a space ring left behind by one of the 4 great saints. He didn't know what material it was made of, but it survived the battle just now and did not shatter. Presumably, this must be an extraordinary material, so it did not shatter. It must be known that even a saint artifact was smashed by Dark North Saint, let alone an ordinary magic weapon. Good stuff. Chapter 1761. In the depths of the void, streams of saint will interweave together. Because what happened just now was too shocking, Dark North Saint personally took action and killed the 4 experts: Wild Slaughter Saint, Black Demon Ancestor, Ice Demon Saint, and Thunder Barbarian Saint. Even the saints were secretly shocked by this. What happened? It is said that the raging slaughter saint joined forces with the black demon ancestor, the ice demon saint and the thunder barbarian saint to ambush and kill old devil Bei Ming. However, they didn't expect that they would suffer a calamity instead and be killed by old devil Bei Ming. You must be joking. What medicine did old ghost Dark North eat to become so strong? Many saints were shocked. They were familiar with Dark North saint's strength and felt that the other party was a new saint. Even if he was stronger than Wild Slaughter Saint and the others, he wouldn't surpass them by too much. But now, he could easily kill the 4 saints, making them unable to escape. This was another concept. Only those who far surpassed Wild Slaughter Saint and the others could do such a thing. I saw that scene just now. It wasn't old ghost Dark North's main body that killed Wild Slaughter Saint and the others, it was just a projection of him. A black-clothed saint had a solemn expression. What kind of joke is this? The other bald saint was shocked and turned pale with fright. Just a projection was able to kill Wild Slaughter Saint and the other 3. This is too exaggerated, it's impossible. Nothing is impossible. I saw it with my own eyes. Could it be that I'm wrong? If this old man is not wrong, he should have broken through and reached the realm of invincible saints, above all saints. Black-clothed saint said solemnly. It's only been tens of thousands of years, old ghost Dark North is actually so strong. Comparing people to people is really infuriating. I've been trapped in a bottleneck for hundreds of millions of years, but I still haven't seen any hope of breaking through. Damn it, I'm really not convinced. Why did old ghost Dark North improve so quickly? Back then he was just a little brat. Now he has surpassed us and is above us. Looks like the Qinkuan sect is going to prosper. With old ghost Dark North guarding it, I'm afraid it will be even stronger when Ancestor Qinkuan is here. Although Ancestor Qinkuan is quite capable, compared to Saint Dark North, there is still a huge gap. The waves behind push the waves before, and the waves before die on the beach. It seems like we are still old. The Qinkuan sect must not be provoked. Right now, old ghost Dark North is at his peak. Damn it, I heard that the North Ming old devil also accepted a disciple, the only last disciple. Recently, he was in the limelight in the heaven accessing place. He even got the impartation of Subadhar. It seems that the heaven and earth sect will have one more sage in the future. Motherfucker, why is heaven and earth sect's luck so good? 2 monsters appeared in succession. Are they going to give others a path of survival? This is fate. Who asked the Qinkuan sect to be so lucky recently? The sages discussed among themselves, and they immediately grew fearful of Dark North Sage. He could even kill ordinary sages, so ordinary sages were no match for him at all. In other words, if the Dark North Sage were to go berserk, he could kill anyone he wanted. Not many could stop him. The news quickly spread throughout the universe and was known by countless saints. They all knew that the birth of an invincible realm saint was enough to change countless forces. Of course, this news was only spread among the saints and had not spread out. They did not want this news to scare the forces under them and cause a huge panic. Some of the dark forces that originally wanted to target the heaven and earth sect even quieted down and did not dare to play any more tricks. At this moment, on the stars, Xia Ping picked up a space ring that was left in the space outside. It was a silver-white space ring that was crystal clear and emitted a bone-chilling chill. Even though he held it in his hand and had the bloodline of the golden crow of hell in his body, he could not help but shiver. It was as if the chill coming from it could freeze and freeze countless living beings. Without a doubt, this must be the space ring left behind by the ice demon saint. Apart from him, there was probably no one else who could get such a supreme ice-type treasure. Myriad layers of darkness crystal. Corinne exclaimed when he saw the space ring. So it's a space ring that's made from such a supreme treasure-level material. No wonder it wasn't destroyed in the battle just now. It indicated that this was the myriad layers of darkness crystal, a supreme treasure born in a secret realm in the universe. Its material was extremely hard, and ordinary divine artifacts could not compare to it. It was known as one of the strongest materials in the universe and had endless uses. If it was put up for auction, perhaps even sages would come to fight for it. Quick, Take a look. What treasures are inside? Green Ox asked impatiently. Just the materials in the space ring were already so amazing. It was hard to imagine how many rare treasures were inside the space ring. After all, this was the famous ice demon saint. Moreover, the northern universe was also famous for its harsh environment and many secret realms. Naturally, many rare treasures were born in these realms. To a certain extent, the sages in the northern universe were all extraordinary. They might even be richer than the sages in other regions of the universe. Xia Ping was also looking forward to it. With a thought, he immediately opened the space ring. Because the ice demon saint was dead, the restrictive formation on it had also disappeared. It was an item without an owner, so it was easy to open. Oh my God, I'm rich! Yin-Yang Black Stone, Heavenly River Cinnabar, Flowing Light Mirror Jade, Earth Soul Black Stone, 7-colored Flowing Light Stone, 10,000-year Fortune Copper, Everlasting Wish Mud, and 10,000-year Dark Black Ice. Corinne also saw this scene and exclaimed in surprise, saying a long list of treasures' names. Inside the space ring, the ice demon saint seemed to have placed many rare materials. They were all secret realm-level treasures, and each of them was a treasure that could scare people to death. These were probably the rare materials that the ice demon saint had obtained when he ventured into various secret realms. Apart from these materials, there were also many pills, but there were not many treasures. After all, refining a sage artifact would probably consume all of a sage's wealth. Ordinary treasures would not be of any use to a sage. Xia Ping, there's hope for the multitude stars to be repaired. With these materials, 3 months will be enough to completely repair the multitude stars and restore it to its peak. Corinne shouted excitedly. Initially, he thought that it would take countless years to repair the multitude stars. He did not expect that after only a few years, there was already hope for the multitude stars to be completely repaired. In fact, without the ice demon saint's large number of rare materials, with Xia Ping's current strength and the speed at which he earned treasures, it would take him thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Chapter 1762. Master, don't repair this broken spaceship. At that moment, the Green Ox shouted, "Leave it to me. Repair the Mountain River Pearl. This is a saint artifact. Once repaired, it can bring Master endless benefits. It's many times better than repairing this spaceship." He hoped to obtain these materials because they would also bring endless benefits to the Mountain River Pearl. They could repair a large number of damaged parts and restore the former glory of the Mountain River Pearl. Bullshit. Hearing this, Corinne instantly exploded. The Stars is a saint-grade spaceship. It can also be considered a saint artifact. Once repaired, it can enter the void at will and enter all kinds of universe secret realms. It can come and go as it pleases. Even if it's chased by a saint, it can easily escape. Even if your pearl is repaired, what's the use? It can only be used to farm and eat. How can it compare to the stars? Repairing the stars was his lifelong wish. Seeing that there was hope of repairing it, there was actually someone who came to steal the fruits of his labor. How could he tolerate this? Stupid cat, what did you say? What do you mean by only farming and eating? You really have the guts to say that? The Green Ox was furious. What's wrong with farming and eating? Master's cultivation needs the help of a large number of pills and spiritual herbs. With the help of the Mountain River Pearl, it'll be twice the result with half the effort. In the universe, all external objects are fake. Only cultivation is real. With the help of the Mountain River Pearl, Master can advance to the Saint Realm faster. What's with your spaceship? It's just a means of transportation. It's not like there are no other spaceships in the universe. Fuck, stupid cow. Is the Stars an ordinary spaceship? That's a saint-grade spaceship. Even saints don't have many. How dare you compare other spaceships to the Stars? It's just a broken pearl. What's there to be proud of? Corinne and the Green Ox almost fought to the death. Hey, stop fighting. Xia Ping said unhappily. He separated the two old men who were almost fighting together and said, "Repair the stars with these materials first. When the time comes, there should be materials left." We can also use them to repair the mountain river pearl. After weighing the pros and cons, he made a decision. Even if he gave all the materials to the green ox, it would not be able to completely repair the mountain river pearl. Because to completely repair the mountain river pearl, he still needed some very special materials, which were not available here. However, it was different for the stars. These materials were more than enough to repair the ship. Moreover, after what happened just now, he was a little fearful of the saints. In order to prevent the next attack from the saints, he had to repair the multitude stars. Once something dangerous happened, he could control the stars to escape quickly without being killed by the sages. That's great. Corinne was very excited. Yes, master. Upon hearing Xia Ping's decision, even though Green Ox was indignant that Corinne had taken the lead, it would not reject it. After all, there were indeed considerable benefits to repairing the stars. Furthermore, it was not in a hurry. As long as it continued to follow Xia Ping, the bead of mountains and rivers would be repaired sooner or later. Numerous stars sailed for another day. At this time, they had already left the heaven and earth sex territory and entered the soaring cloud sex star region. They were getting closer and closer to the cloud realm. Stop! Suddenly, Xia Ping woke up from his seclusion and asked Corinne to stop the spaceship. What happened? Corinne seemed to feel that Xia Ping's tone was a little unusual, as if he had encountered a strong enemy. The enemy has come. It seems that they have been lying in ambush here for a long time. Xia Ping narrowed his eyes. An enemy ambush? How is that possible? Why didn't the stars react? Corinne was a little surprised. The stars' detection system was very powerful, and ordinary people would not be able to hide from it. Let's go meet the guest. Xia Ping did not explain. If not for the system's reminder, he would not have known that there was an enemy lying in ambush here. Moreover, this place was getting closer to the cloud realm. He did not want to expose his exact location in the cloud realm. He had to get rid of the enemy here. His figure flashed, and he instantly left the stars and appeared in the starry sky. At this moment, Xia Ping's body was wrapped in a ball of energy, and he stood in the void. This was the specialty of the returning nature realm Almighty. They could survive in the void and were not afraid of cosmic rays at all. Come out. Do you think I haven't noticed? He stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the peaceful starry sky in the distance. Boom. As soon as he said that, the starry skies suddenly distorted, and there was a violent fluctuation. Immediately, a Buddha's light surged from all directions. The Buddha's light shone as if it had illuminated the dark starry sky. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Immediately, more than 10 Buddhist monks appeared in the starry sky. Among them, there were 12 Dharma Manifestation Realm Buddhist monks, and 3 Thunder Tribulation Realm Buddhist monks. The leader was wearing a gray kasaya. There was a scar on his face, and he looked ferocious. On the kasaya, there were 2 big blood-colored words, slaughter. His body was filled with a terrifying murderous aura, and he did not have the peaceful bearing of a Buddhist at all. It was as if he was not a monk, but a peerless demon. Be careful. This is the Buddhist Supreme Elder, Monk Slaughter. He is a famous Buddhist monk in the Western universe. He is ferocious and powerful. The demons and ghosts he has killed in the past are piled up on more than 10 planets, and their bones are piled up. Corinne spoke and immediately warned Xia Ping. This was one of the Buddhist monks with the strongest murderous intent. Countless demons trembled in fear at the mention of his name. He could be said to be the Buddhist's supreme butcher's knife. He was also a famous Buddhist figure with a resounding reputation in the universe. So it's a Buddhist monk. Why are you sneakily lying in ambush here? Don't tell me that you want to treat me to a meal? Xia Ping narrowed his eyes as he looked at this group of Buddhist monks. Benefactor Xia, you are right. We do want to treat you to a few vegetarian meals. I wonder if you are interested? A red-robed monk bowed with his hands clasped in front and smiled faintly. Forget it. I still have things to do. I'm not interested in accompanying you to the Buddhist sect. Xia Ping waved his hand and immediately refused. He could tell that these monks harbored malicious intentions. Once he followed them, he would probably not be able to return. Many demons had been suppressed by the Buddhist sect like this. Yuan Zhen, why are you wasting your breath on this brat? We did not come here to treat you to a meal, Monk Slaughter said with a ferocious expression. Brat, you have committed a crime. Come back to the Buddhist sect with me. This matter is not up to you. Even if you don't agree, you have to agree. His tone was very tyrannical and rude. Monk Slaughter, you are acting so brazenly. Are you trying to start a war with my Chinkuan sect? I'm afraid you won't be able to bear the consequences. I hope you will consider it carefully. Xia Ping narrowed his eyes. Consider my ass. You snatched away my Buddhist sect's Paragon Subadero's inheritance and obtained our Buddhist sect's divine abilities and secret arts. This is a great sin. Even if you die 100 times, you won't be able to clear your sins. However, my Buddhist sect is virtuous and won't kill you. However, we will imprison you in the Buddhist sect for 100,000 years and purify you day and night. If you comprehend it, you can leave. If not, you will be imprisoned for life. Our Buddhist sect's secret arts are not to be leaked. Chapter 1763. Hearing this, Xia Ping immediately understood why he was targeted by these monks. It was all because of Supremacy Subadhara's inheritance. Clearly, these monks thought that he had obtained Supremacy Subadhara's inheritance, which was equivalent to stealing a secret technique of the Buddhist path. This was a great sin, and they had to capture him to prevent the secret technique from being leaked. Although they wouldn't kill him, they would capture him alive and imprison him. They even wanted to expiate him. This was worse than death. Xia Ping, who had comprehended the Purification Sutra, naturally knew what the so-called expiation of the Buddhist path meant. They wanted to turn him into a puppet of the Buddhist path, forever serving the Buddhist path and losing their sense of self. One could imagine how sinister these monks were. They were even more savage and sinister than demons. So that's how it is. It's for Supremacy Subadhara's inheritance? Said Xia Ping. However, Supremacy Subadhara's secret realm has appeared for a long time. I believe you've sent many people to obtain the inheritance, but none of them succeeded. I'm afraid that in Supremacy Subadhara's eyes, you're all unfilial descendants. You don't have the qualifications to obtain his lifelong inheritance. Bullshit. Shut your stinky mouth immediately. Brat, you still dare to be so arrogant? Looks like you want to die. All the monks were furious because these words had touched their reverse scale. They were tearing open the scars in their hearts. This was a public slap in the face. They prided themselves as the most orthodox descendants of the Buddhist path, but they couldn't obtain Supremacy Subadhara's recognition. They had gone up to receive the inheritance countless times, but they had all failed. Now, a brat had obtained it. To be honest, this caused a huge commotion in the Buddhist path. They reflected on whether they had done something wrong to make Supremacy Subadhara unhappy. But reflecting was one thing. Outsiders couldn't speak like this. Kill him. Monk Demolisher roared and instantly attacked. A domain-like power enveloped the area, sealing the surroundings. He displayed the supreme might of a lightning tribulation realm expert. Monk Demolisher, to think that you're disciples of the Buddhist path. Have you forgotten the benevolence of Buddha? Who would have thought that you would actually try to rob others and steal their treasures? How are your actions any different from demons? Even demons in the abyss are kinder than you. Xia Ping circulated his powers and resisted against Monk Slaughter's domain power. His face was calm as he said, "No wonder Paragon Subhadra wasn't willing to hand over his legacy to you. Seems like you've already profaned the ideals of the Buddhist path. You're vermin of the Buddhist path, the spies of the devils in the Buddhist path." His gaze was deep and distant as he stared at the group of Buddhist disciples. Bullshit. Brat, what do you know about Buddhism? The monk laughed coldly. What is compassion? It is the compassion that the strong show to the weak. It is the redemption that the strong show to the weak. Compassion will only be born from the strong. The weak will not have any compassion. It was just like how only rich kids who had eaten their fill would have the heart to help others, but beggars who could only beg on the streets would not be able to help others. The compassion of Buddha is directed towards the weak, towards the poor. But it's different when it comes to the strong. It's like subduing demons and devils, subduing dragons and tigers, displaying the might of the Buddhist path. Those who oppose me die, and those who submit to me live. He laughed coldly, completely unmoved by Xia Ping's words. His will was as tough as steel. Mongrel brat, don't blame us. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too weak. You're innocent, but you'll get into trouble because of your wealth. Another monk in the lightning tribulation realm had a savage look on his face. You have Paragon Subhadra's legacy, one of the supreme legacies of the Buddhist path. It contains boundless mysteries and boundless Buddhist dharma. If we can obtain Paragon Subhadra's legacy and comprehend it carefully, we'll be able to improve further and touch upon the saint realm. From there, we'll ascend to the heavens in a single step and become Buddhas. With such benefits, how could we possibly let you off? Stop dreaming. He chose to act as well. Benefactor, put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha immediately. Give up resisting. Going against the Buddhist path means that you're a devil. Your sin is unforgivable. I'm afraid you'll go to hell in the future. No one can save you. The remaining monk in the lightning tribulation realm bowed and nodded slightly. A terrifying aura erupted from his body and shrouded everything. Buddhist light shone, sealing off all of Xia Ping's escape routes. In an instant, the three monks in the lightning tribulation realm attacked at the same time. The area within a radius of hundreds of millions of kilometers was illuminated by Buddhist light. There were distorted golden rays everywhere, piercing through the void. Vaguely, in the depths of the void, many phantoms of Buddhas were born. They were chanting as if this place had turned into a Buddhist kingdom. Boundless power vibrated. No devil could survive in front of the Buddhist kingdom. They would be instantly killed and turned into nothingness. You three bald donkeys dare to clamor in front of me? A tiger doesn't show its might, but you think I'm a sick cat? Since you've chosen to be my enemy, then die. Xia Ping's eyes flashed coldly as he clapped his hands. Bush, bush, bush. Instantly, golden talismans appeared in the depths of the void. Immediately, these talismans transformed into golden sky dragons that spanned across the universe, emitting an extremely powerful aura. Primordial sky dragon talismans. There were a total of 28 of these golden sky dragons, forming the 28 constellation array. Immediately, the 28 primordial sky dragons roared into the sky. Their bodies emitted boundless dragon might, as though they were communicating with the dimension of dragons. Boundless dragon power augmented them. Boom! With just a single strike, the 28 primordial sky dragons erupted with terrifying power. They instantly tore apart the Buddhist kingdom formed by the combined efforts of the three lightning tribulation realm monks. It was as though the phantoms of Buddhas were torn apart at that instant. A series of explosions occurred in the surroundings as meteorites were reduced to dust. The three lightning tribulation realm monks were also forced to retreat as their lifeblood churned. Primordial sky dragon talismans? You actually have such a treasure on you? This is a supreme sage artifact refined by the dragon race's sage, Titania. There are a total of 3,000 of them, and each one has world-shaking might. However, they are scattered across the universe, making it extremely difficult to obtain one. Yet, you managed to gather 28 primordial sky dragon talismans. What kind of fortuitous encounter is that? It's no wonder you're so arrogant and daring to go against us Buddhists. Monk Vanquish exclaimed, "Good, very good, very good. From the looks of it, after killing you, not only will I be able to obtain Supremacy Subhadhara's legacy, I will also be able to obtain these 28 primordial sky dragon talismans. This is the fortune of our Buddhists." Just as he finished speaking, he joined forces with the other two lightning tribulation realm monks to charge forward again. Xia Ping naturally wasn't to be outdone. He controlled the 28 primordial sky dragon talismans to form the 28 constellation array and struck out fiercely, clashing with them. Boom! The two forces collided, producing a world-shaking explosion. It was extremely tragic. At the same time, there were quite a number of lightning tribulation realm experts lying in ambush on the other side of the cosmos. and the person leading them was none other than Wolf Race's patriarch, Wolf Garen, Taoist Evil Mu, and other peerless demons. In fact, they had followed Xia Ping to this place with Monk Vanquish and company. Chapter 1764. Impressive. Seeing Xia Ping battling Monk Vanquish and company, Wolf Clan leader Langaren could not help but be shocked. His temples throbbed crazily as disbelief filled the depths of his eyes. 28 primordial heavenly dragon talismans? For this kid to obtain such a treasure, he really has endless fortuitous encounters. His providence is astounding. With these 28 primordial heavenly dragon talismans, even 2 or 3 Thunder Tribulation Realm mighty figures would not be his match. He had never expected Xia Ping to have such a treasure on him. It was truly unexpected. Back in the heaven-ascending mystic realm, if this kid had used the primordial heavenly dragon talismans together with those saint-departed spirits, wouldn't he have been able to slaughter all of us? If he had killed all of us, wouldn't today's events have happened? Some Thunder Tribulation Realm mighty figures were appalled as fear welled up in their hearts. They had lingering fears. Xia Ping was clearly a junior at the returning nature realm, but in their eyes, he was several times more terrifying than some peerless demons. To be honest, they were a little afraid of being tricked. That's right. Langaren, you gathered us to hunt this junior, but you didn't tell us that he is so powerful. He even has a treasure like the primordial heavenly dragon talismans. This isn't what you said previously. This isn't an easy massacre. If we aren't careful, we might even fail miserably. Some Thunder Tribulation Realm demons' eyes flickered as they stared at Langaren. The reason why they had gathered this time was that Langaren had paid a huge sum of money to invite them. Coupled with the numerous treasures on Xia Ping, they had agreed to join despite the risk of offending the Qingkuan sect. But now, seeing how ruthless Xia Ping was and how many tricks he had up his sleeves, they wanted to retreat. After all, they were demons who were sinister and cunning. But in other words, they were despicable. They were street thugs who were adept at beating people when they were down. But if they fought against the wind and encountered a ruthless person, they were guaranteed to run faster than anyone else. Everyone, don't worry. Before Langaren could speak, Taoist Evil would said, that kid has 28 primordial heavenly dragon talismans on him. It's indeed a stun grenade. I never expected him to have such a trump card. The reason why he didn't use it last time was probably because he was worried that his methods would be leaked. That way, he wouldn't be able to harm others. This is actually an opportunity for us. The so-called trump card is only feared before it is used. However, once we know the other party's trump card and take precautions against it, it won't be a big deal. After saying that, he paused for a moment. Then he continued, what's even more fortunate is that before we even made a move, Monk Demolisher and his group of bald donkeys attacked first. They laid a trap for us to test out this kid's strength. No matter how vicious and cunning this brat was, he was still a young man, a junior at the returning nature realm. Against Monk Demolisher and his group of Thunder Retribution Realm experts, he would probably have to use all of his skills and techniques. At that time, we'll take advantage of the moment when this kid and Monk Demolish and the others are at the climax of their battle to launch a sneak attack and cripple them. Then, we'll capture them all in one fell swoop. Wouldn't that be great? Upon hearing this, the Lightning Tribulation Realm devils were overjoyed. Haha, Taoist Emu, you're a fucking genius. You're truly a despicable person. To think that you could think of such a vicious scheme. After hearing your analysis, we're done with this matter. That's right. Once both sides are injured, we'll launch a sneak attack. At that time, won't we be able to do anything to them? We'll kill them however we want. Looks like this time, that universe sects Xia Ping and Monk Demolisher and his group of bald donkeys won't be able to escape from this calamity. Even in death, they would never have imagined that we would be so sinister as to hide in the void, waiting to kill them. If we do this deal well and kill off these two groups, not only will we be able to obtain the many secret treasures on this junior's body, but we'll also be able to obtain Paragon Subadhara's legacy and the 28 immemorial heavenly dragon talismans. Even the treasures on Monk Demolisher and his group of bald donkeys will be ours. This is simply a case of getting rich overnight. There's no other deal that can produce such a harvest. The many devils laughed wickedly. After hearing Taoist Emu's analysis, they immediately felt that this was a great opportunity to get rich. They absolutely couldn't miss it. If they really missed this opportunity, they'd really be struck by lightning. If they didn't accept what the heavens had given them, they'd be the ones to blame. However, that treacherous Xia Ping and Monk Demolisher and his group of bald donkeys are all crafty people. They have many tricks up their sleeves. It won't be easy to launch a sneak attack on them. If we're not careful, we'll probably fail miserably. Some devils were worried about this. Sneak attacks were naturally the best option. However, they were worried that they wouldn't be able to kill off these two groups in one go. Instead, they'd infuriate the other party, causing them to join forces and kill them. If that happened, they'd probably suffer a huge loss. Everyone, don't worry about that. Wolf Race's patriarch, Wolfgarin, sneered. In order to kill that treacherous brat and take revenge, I've taken out a formation disc from my race, Heavenly Wolf Supreme Profound God-Slaying Formation. All of you, spread out and stand in the various formations of the formation. Circulate your magic power to the extreme, combining the unlimited magic power of the various Lightning Tribulation Realm experts. When Xia Ping and Monk Demolisher and his group of bald donkeys are at their peak and both sides are heavily injured, we'll instantly attack them. No matter how strong they are, they'll be reduced to dust. He revealed his plan. Heavenly Wolf Supreme Profound God-Slaying Formation. Taoist Air Mu's eyes flickered. Isn't this one of the strongest killing formations in the wolf race? Setting it up once would require a large amount of rare materials. It could even be said to be a serious injury. It's not impossible to exhaust the wealth of a Lightning Tribulation Realm expert. Langaren, you're actually willing to take out this formation? What's there to be reluctant about? A trace of madness appeared in Langaren's eyes as he sneered. The value of that brat's body far surpasses this Heavenly Wolf Supreme Profound God-Slaying Formation. He has the inheritance of Venerable Sabaduo, 28 primordial heavenly dragon talismans, a large number of longevity fruits, and even many secret treasures. This is equivalent to a mid-grade sex treasure. After killing him, he would be able to obtain endless treasures. The benefits outweigh the risks, so what can't he do? Furthermore, I have to obtain the longevity fruit. If I don't, I'll die 1,000 years later, and I won't have any hope of becoming a saint. Hearing these words, the eyes of the surrounding Lightning Tribulation Realm experts revealed greed. It was indeed the case. The treasures on Xia Ping's body were too coveting. Just the existence of the longevity fruit was enough to make them go crazy. Paying a little price and taking a little risk was nothing. You're right. This brat must die. Agreed, we must kill him. The devils roared and immediately reached a consensus. Chapter 1765. At that moment, Xia Ping, Monk Demolisher, and the other Lightning Tribulation eminences were locked in battle. The battle had almost reached its climax. Don't. Monk Demolisher and the other two Buddhist eminences executed various Buddhist martial arts. Buddhist light shone as though a Buddhist country had descended. Boundless Yuan Qi transformed into Buddhas, causing the stars to tremble. As for Xia Ping, he controlled the 28 primordial sky dragon talismans, transforming them into 28 primordial sky dragons. They formed the 28 constellation array, trapping the 3 Lightning Tribulation eminences. The 28 primordial sky dragons coiled around them. Each of them was the size of an ordinary planet, and every scale seemed to be engraved with primordial sky dragon runes. They contained unfathomable power and were impervious to all dharma. He stood in the middle, calm and composed. The primordial sky dragons circled him, giving him the bearing of the ancient dragon emperor. Every strike erupted with earth-shattering power, twisting the universe. No matter how powerful the 3 Lightning Tribulation eminences were, they were unable to break through the array's restraints. The array was even slowly compressing the space in which they fought. Once the space was completely compressed, Monk Demolisher and company would have nowhere to escape. They could only be killed. Surrender, bald donkeys. You are not my match at all. Once my 28 constellation Skydragon array completes its encirclement, you will be like turtles in a jar. You will be instantly refined and reduced to dust. Xia Ping shouted in an attempt to sway the minds of the monks. Surrender my ass. How dare a random junior act so arrogantly? You think you can suppress us with just the primordial Skydragon talismans? You are underestimating lightning tribulation eminences. Today, I'll show you the power of an esteemed monk. A lightning tribulation eminence roared into the sky. All the dermic powers in his body surged out, constantly vibrating and producing a terrifying aura. Instantly, the 8 primordial Skydragons surrounding him were sent flying. He formed seals with both hands as golden light radiated from his body. He blasted out a Buddhist martial art, Prajna Zen Palm. What was Prajna? It was a transliteration from Sanskrit, and it could also be translated as Baluo, Kama, Symbol Ruhu, Kama, Prajna, Kama, Ban Ruhu, Kama, Prajna, and so on. It meant ultimate wisdom, Kama, discernment wisdom, and represented the wisdom of knowing everything and the source of all things. This ultimate art of the Buddhist sect could see through the flaws of all martial arts and mystic arts. It had the power to see through all weaknesses, and it contained the supreme wisdom of the Buddhist sect. It could see through everything and control everything. In the blink of an eye, a halo of wisdom seemed to appear behind him as he struck out with his palm, enveloping a radius of 10 million kilometers. It was as though he had seen through the weakness of the 28 constellations' great formation and was attacking where Xia Ping had to save it. It was even to the extent that this palm technique was peerlessly violent and contained supreme Buddhist light. It possessed the supreme might to subdue dragons and tigers, and once struck by it, even a star would be shattered into pieces. Huh! Xia Ping narrowed his eyes as he sensed the immense threat coming from behind him. This bald monk had suddenly launched an attack at this moment. He had actually managed to find a flaw in the circulation of the formation that had appeared in a split second. If the other party struck him, the 28 constellations' great formation would probably be instantly destroyed. Even if it was not completely destroyed, it would suffer great damage to its essence. Just as Xiao Chen wanted to circulate the great formation to deal with that monk, the other monk made a move. Junior, you want to change the circulation of the formation? It's too late. Yuan Zhen is not your only enemy. There is also this old man, Zhu Hai. The other lightning tribulation realm monk smiled coldly as he gently flicked his finger at Xia Ping. Buddhist sect martial art, Dual Luo leaf finger. Dual Luo represented the Dual Luo tree. It was shaped like a palm, and its leaves were long and dense, impervious to rain. Many scriptures of the Buddhist sect were made from Dual Luo leaves. They contain the meaning of impervious, perfect, and consummate. When this finger shot out, it radiated boundless killing intent. Buddhist light shone, and leaves bloomed, condensing into many Baluo flowers that contained horrifying destructive power. Once struck, even a superior-grade defensive spirit treasure would not be able to withstand it and would instantly shatter. This was an extremely powerful strike. It condensed all the force and instantly erupted, destroying everything in its path. Go and die. However, the one with the strongest killing intent was still the monk defeating kill. His entire body gave off a scarlet aura, and it seemed like many mysterious phenomena appeared behind him. Many demons appeared, and mountains of corpses and seas of blood appeared. Killing intent surged into the sky. Buddhist sect supreme martial art, Indra Claw. This was one of the strongest offensive martial arts of the Buddhist sect. It existed for destruction and was boundlessly horrifying. Indra was the king of the celestial deities, the god of thunder and rain. He usually took the form of a celestial being, sitting on a huge elephant. His body was dignified with 1,000 eyes. He held a vajra pestle and rode on a war chariot. He had a bow, a hook, or a net. He was also known as Sakra. He was the moral protector of the heavens, the mortal world, and the Buddha realm. If anyone went against the heavenly rules, he would punish them. And when this claw struck out, densely packed Buddhist scriptures appeared on it. It was as if Indra had appeared once again, destroying everything. It triggered the wrath of thunder and shook the world. Monk defeating Kill had relied on this martial art to slay countless demons. With a single claw, the souls of the demons would be destroyed. They were unable to block it at all. It specialized in breaking through the protective astral energy. The three lightning tribulation realm monks attacked at the same time, erupting with terrifying killing intent. They didn't give Xia Ping any chance of survival. What dogs hit Buddhist sect martial art? It's just child's play. You want to kill me with just these things? That's a fool's dream. Break for me. Xia Ping laughed coldly. He sat among the many heavenly dragons and didn't move at all. The 9 great purple palaces and 9 great primordial spirits on his body were trembling. Boundless magic powers surged into the depths of the 28 immemorial heavenly dragon talismans, completely activating the power of these talismans. 7 Bane's true dragon roar. Xia Ping formed seals with both hands and cast a dragon race martial art. This was a supreme martial art created by the dragon race's sage, Titania. It contained the might of the world's creation. When combined with the immemorial heavenly dragon talismans, it complemented each other perfectly. Rumble. Talismans of the 7 Bane's true dragon roar condensed and instilled into the bodies of the 28 immemorial heavenly dragons. It was as if the boundless power of the dragon race had been imbued into them. Immediately, the 28 immemorial heavenly dragons seemed to come to life. Their dragon eyes emitted boundless light that was extremely shocking. At the same time, they instantly let out earth-shaking dragon roars. Tremors. In the depths of the void, the planetary region that spanned tens of millions of kilometers was trembling crazily. Hundreds of millions of tremors were produced, producing extremely terrifying destructive power. This was the killing power of sound that came from the dragon race. It could destroy everything. Don't. Immediately, the Buddhist divine powers cast by Monk defeating Kill and the other 2 crumbled instantly. There was no way they could survive under such roars. They shattered inch by inch, causing the void to explode. Even the surrounding space exploded into dimensional black holes. All the asteroids were reduced to dust, no longer existing. Nothing could survive the roars of these immemorial heavenly dragons. This was the sound of apocalypse. Chapter 1766. The power of this roar was too strong. Monk Demolish and the other 2 Lightning Tribulation Realm experts were heavily injured, but the dozen or so Transcendence Realm monks who came with them were not so lucky. In just a breath's time, they couldn't even struggle. They were shaken into meat paste and died on the spot. Damn, this kid is so ferocious. In the distance, Taoist Evil Wood and the others also saw this scene. All of them were so shocked that their eyeballs almost popped out. To be honest, Xia Ping was only a mid-stage returning truth realm cultivator. Even with a supreme talisman like the immemorial heavenly dragon talisman, he could unleash the power of a lightning tribulation realm expert. But he was still a returning truth realm junior. In terms of magic power, how could he compare to a lightning tribulation realm expert? After a few attacks, this kid would probably be sucked dry by the immemorial heavenly dragon talisman. But they didn't expect this kid to be so ferocious. He suppressed 3 lightning tribulation realm experts and even attacked dozens of times without any signs of magic power exhaustion. It was unbelievable. They all felt that this kid was a monster, definitely a peerless monster. They didn't know how he cultivated. He was just a junior in the returning nature realm, but the density of his magic power was no less than that of a thunder calamity realm cultivator. His magic power was extremely long. Bastard! Seeing all his subordinates die, Monk Demolish's eyes widened. He roared, "You dare to kill my Buddhist disciples? You're courting death. Do you know that you're courting death? You're dead, completely dead. No one will be able to save you. I'll definitely tear you apart and dismember you into 1,000 pieces." He was so angry that he almost died. 3 Buddhist eminent monks working together couldn't suppress a returning truth realm junior. And during the fight, Xia Ping had even killed all his subordinates. They were all Buddhist elites. Losing even one was unbearable. Now they were all dead without a complete corpse. If this matter were to spread, would he still be able to live? How many demons would be afraid of him? 3 eminent monks, why are you so angry? Xia Ping said indifferently, death isn't the end, but the beginning. They didn't die, but ascended to paradise and became Buddhas. They obtained the Tao fruit and became arhats. You should be happy for them. Hymias, you're just a Taoist sect disciple. You think you're worthy of talking about Buddhism with me? Are you really that shameless? Monk Demolisher was infuriated. He had always been the one lecturing others. When had he ever been lectured by others? And now, he was actually being lectured by a junior? How preposterous! Monk Demolisher, don't get carried away. The Buddhist Dharma is boundless and has no boundaries. You are the Buddha, I am the Buddha, and everyone in the world is the Buddha. How can it not be discussed? Xia Ping said, you rigidly adhere to the division between Buddhism and Taoism, the division between races, the division between classes, the division between demons and demons, that's why you can't attain the Tao. Buddha once said, lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha immediately. However, the most difficult thing in the world is to let go. Letting go is easier said than done. You may have let go of the butcher's knife in your hand, but you haven't let go of the butcher's knife in your heart. How can you become a Buddha like this? Boom, hearing those words, the bodies of Monk Vanquish and the other 2 shuddered as if they had been struck by a hammer to their heads. A look of enlightenment appeared on their faces, and their bodies came to a halt just like that. Holy fuck! That despicable kid! His mouth is smeared with oil. To think that even an esteemed monk of the Buddhist sect would be fooled by him. In the distance, Taoist Air Mu and the others were completely dumbfounded. They could not believe their eyes. To think that as esteemed monks of the Buddhist sect, they would actually be struck by a hammer to their heads and look as if they were about to gain enlightenment and become Buddhas. This was something that had never happened before. There had always been a principle of enlightening others by esteemed monks of the Buddhist sect. Since when had there ever been a case where an esteemed monk of the Buddhist sect was enlightened by someone else? This was way too ridiculous. Bloody hell. Monk Demolisher, are you a motherfucking idiot or what? Don't be fooled by that kid. He's just lying to you. Kill him. Kill him right now. When Garen saw this, his face turned green. He wanted nothing more than to show himself and slap the 3 of them awake so that they would wake up and not be fooled. After all, if this were to continue, both sides would probably turn from enemies into friends. By then, how were they supposed to reap the benefits? They would only be able to watch helplessly as Xia Ping ran away. Only after a long time did Monk Demolisher and the other 2 slowly wake up. Their eyes shone with a bright light as they stared fixedly at Xia Ping. Good kid, as expected of a genius who obtained Paragon Sabaduo's legacy. Your Buddhist arts are truly profound. Listening to your words is better than reading books for 10 years. I've truly benefited from your teachings. Lightning Tribulation Realm Monk Yuanzhen stared at Xia Ping. I finally understand why the Paragon didn't choose anyone else and chose you instead. It's not without reason. Lightning Tribulation Realm Monk Juahai took in a deep breath as though he was trying to calm his heart. Pity, pity, truly a pity. Monk Demolisher let out a long sigh towards the heavens. If you were a disciple of our Buddhist sect, you would definitely be a pillar of our Buddhist sect, a future paragon. We would also become your Tao protectors and get rid of all the factors that could harm you. But you are a Qinkuan sect's personal disciple, a disciple of the Tao sect. You are a great enemy of our Buddhist sect. We have to kill you or it would definitely be a great calamity for our Buddhist sect. Seems like you guys haven't fully comprehended it yet. Xia Ping shook his head and spoke with a look of pity. Cut the crap. Regardless of whether you've fully comprehended it or not, you will die here today. Monk Demolisher roared, let's attack together. Buddhist karmic fire, refine evil and transform into devils. Immovable fire lotus, incinerate the world. In an instant, the other 2 Lightning Tribulation Realm experts acted as well. They spread out in 3 different directions and instantly enveloped Xia Ping. Monk Demolisher and the other 2 formed seals with their hands and circulated their magic energy. Immediately, strands of golden flames surged out from their bodies and an immovable Wisdom King Dharma idol appeared behind them. It had 3 heads and 6 arms. Boom! Immediately, these flames covered a radius of 10 million li and came down from the sky, surrounding Xia Ping. The flames burned so intensely that it seemed like everything within this area would be incinerated. Too ruthless. To think that they would activate the Buddhist karmic fire. They want to kill Xia Ping. He's dead. This brat is dead for sure. There's no way he can survive under the Buddhist karmic fire. Seems like there's no need for us to act. These 3 monks will be able to kill this brat. Be careful. Don't touch the karmic fire. Otherwise, not even a saint will be able to save you. In the distance, when Taoist heir Mu saw the golden flames surge out, his body couldn't help but shudder violently. He knew of the Buddhist karmic fire. It was one of the special flames of the heavens and earth. It was also known as the hellish sin fire. As long as a living being had sin or karma on them, they would be incinerated by the Buddhist karmic fire until they were reduced to ashes. In fact, the greater the amount of sin a devil possessed, the more fearful they would be of the Buddhist karmic fire. If they were struck by the Buddhist karmic fire, no matter what methods they used, only death awaited them. When many devils saw the karmic fire appear, their hairs stood on end. If they weren't hiding in the dark, they would have long since fled in fright, afraid that the karmic fire would spread and bring disaster to them. Chapter 1767. Benefactor, just go and die obediently. Under the karmic fire of the Buddhist sect, all evil demons and monsters will be reduced to ashes. Under the power of the Buddha, all heretics will be destroyed. Monk Demolish and the other 2's faces were ferocious as their killing intent soared. They had unparalleled confidence in the karmic fire of the Buddhist sect. That was because the power of the karmic fire was extremely terrifying. Any living being that had even the slightest bit of sin would be burned to ashes and their souls destroyed. Unless the enemy was someone who had no sin on them. However, those people were natural-born saints and were extremely rare. At the very least, they had never seen anyone like that before. Only then would they be immune to the power of the karmic fire of the Buddhist sect. Otherwise, they would only be burned alive. Once the karmic fire appeared, all demons would be destroyed. Even these high monks of the Buddhist sect were extremely wary of the power of karmic fire. If they were not careful, they could end up hurting themselves. Therefore, they had to be extremely careful when using it. Trying to use the karmic fire of the Buddhist sect against me? Truly, the ignorant are fearless. Hearing those words, Xia Ping laughed. He stood where he was and suddenly opened his mouth. Like a whale, he swallowed and created a terrifying power of vortex. The power of devouring formed the eye of a storm. Immediately, countless karmic fire of the Buddhist sect in the void surged towards the storm vortex with a rumbling sound. This kid has gone mad. Seeing this, Taoist heir Mu could not help but widen his eyes in disbelief. Not only is he not avoiding the karmic fire of the Buddhist sect, he actually wants to devour it? I've never seen someone who wants to die so badly. Wolf Garen watched with his mouth agape as well. He was even wondering if he was hallucinating. Seems like this kid is dead for sure. We don't even need to do anything. Later on, we just need to ambush Monk Demolish and the others. Blood Sea's 2 elders shook their heads. The way they looked at Xia Ping was like they were looking at a dead man. The others thought that Xia Ping was dead for sure as well. He would definitely be burned to ashes. Ha! What an idiot! To think that he would actually run into the muzzle of the karmic fire. Since you want to die, we'll grant your wish. Monk Demolish and the others were overjoyed. Originally, they were still worried that Xia Ping would use some sort of method to escape the range of the Buddhist karmic fire, so they were constantly on guard. However, they didn't expect that this kid would be so stupid. Not only did he not escape, he even tried to devour the Buddhist karmic fire. They had never seen such a stupid person in their lives. Monk defeating Kill and the other two did not hesitate at all as they channeled their own powers and activated all of the karmic flames of the Buddhist sect. They covered a radius of 3,000 miles and burned furiously, turning the area into a world of flames. Devour! Xia Ping didn't care about what the others were thinking. He could feel his bloodline stirring. To him, this Buddhist karmic fire was like a super tonic. How could he miss it? Boom, in the blink of an eye, he devoured it like a whale, devouring all the Buddhist karmic fire that filled the sky. All of it surged into his stomach, leaving nothing behind. It was completely emptied. In the depths of his body, the sun furnace blazed fiercely, unceasingly refining the Buddhist path karmic fire. The Buddhist path karmic fire tried to struggle, but it was instantly refined by the sun furnace. The impurities were expelled and only the essence was left. Immediately, countless Buddhist karmic fires were compressed and finally condensed into a flame seed. A swastika symbol seemed to appear within the seed, emitting a golden glow. Vaguely, the silhouettes of many Buddhas appeared inside the golden seed, as if they were chanting sutras to cleanse the sins of countless living beings. It seemed that every time the flames shook, the sins on Xia Ping's body would be purified, cleared, and his karma reduced. Walala, after devouring the Buddhist path karmic fire, he felt that the golden crow of hell bloodline in the depths of his body had also been activated. It received a huge amount of energy replenishment and obtained the opportunity to evolve. The golden crow of hell cells in the depths of his body were awakening frenziedly. 10,000, 100,000, 500,000, 1 million, 2 million. In the end, he had awakened a total of 7 million golden crow of hell cells. By now, Xia Ping had awakened at least 20 million golden crow of hell cells. The blood in his body was dark gold in color, emitting an ancient, noble, and other aura. It wasn't just his blood that had changed. Even his skin and bones seemed to be covered in a layer of faint golden color. Countless golden crow runes were about to appear, condensing into a scripture. Because of the enhancement of the golden crow of hell bloodline, his strength, speed, magic power, and other aspects had all undergone a leap. He had obtained a huge evolution, and his aura was rising steadily. Impossible! Seeing this scene, Monk Yuanzhen couldn't help but cry out. He widened his eyes and said, "The Buddhist path karmic fire actually couldn't kill him. Instead, it was devoured by him without any damage. That's impossible. What kind of physique does this kid have? Why can't the Buddhist path karmic fire kill him?" Not only did he devour the Buddhist path karmic fire, but he also took the power of Buddhist path karmic fire for himself and obtained great benefits. Not only did we not kill him, but we even helped him cultivate and increase his cultivation. Monk Juhai was shocked. He refused to believe that the Buddhist path karmic fire couldn't kill this kid. "I don't believe it. I don't believe that this brat is really that amazing. Even if it's true, he has to die today. Kill him. Kill him immediately and tear him into pieces." Monk Vansha shouted angrily. He displayed a Buddhist divine ability and rushed over murderously, wanting to put Xia Ping to death. "Even the Buddhist path karmic fire can't kill you. You want to kill me with 2 or 3 rotten potatoes? What a fool's dream." A cold glint flashed in Xia Ping's eyes. He circulated his magic power and injected it into the immemorial heavenly dragon talisman. Rumble! In an instant, the 28 immemorial heavenly dragon talismans trembled. Primordial heavenly dragons roared in the void. They looked lifelike and emitted boundless dragon might. Instantly, a radius of hundreds of millions of kilometers was enveloped by the dragon might. The world shook and the stars shone resplendently. The void trembled and a series of explosions rang out in the surroundings like a nuclear explosion. Monk Vansha, Yuan Zhen, and Monk Juhai weren't their match at all. They were like sandbags as they were sent flying by the primordial heavenly dragons, coughing out blood in midair. Huge meteors in the surroundings were reduced to dust. The energy in the universe's vacuum condensed into a corporeal form, turning into an energy tide that spread out in all directions, causing many planets to crack. Damn it, damn it. Kill him. We must kill him. A junior at the Restoration Realm wants to kill us? You must be dreaming. Monk Vansha, Yuan Zhen, and Monk Ju Hai roared. They were incomparably furious and aggrieved. They tried to break through the blockade of the 28 primordial heavenly dragons. But it was to no avail. The 28 primordial heavenly dragons were one, forming the 28 constellations formation. They sealed the heavens and locked down the earth. There were no openings at all. No matter where they tried to break through, they were blocked. Chapter 1768. In the distance, Lang Galong and the others saw this scene clearly. Their expressions were ugly. They could see the current situation clearly. Monk Demolisher, Yuan Zhen, and Ju Hai were at a disadvantage. They were being beaten back by Xia Ping alone. If they had not taken action, Monk Demolisher, Yuan Zhen, and Monk Ju Hai would have been suppressed by Xia Ping's primordial heavenly dragon talismans and refined to death. Trash. That dog's hit Demolisher is trash. Lang Galong cursed. It's hard to live up to his reputation. He usually brags about how he's so awesome, killing demons like scything flax. He's invincible when he goes on a killing spree. What's going on? He's just dealing with a junior at the Returning Truth Realm, and it's 1 against 3. Now, he doesn't even have the chance to fight evenly with that kid. Instead, he's being beaten up like a dog. He's embarrassing all Lightning Tribulation Realm mighty figures. That bald monk has been cultivating for so long. Where has his cultivation gone? Don't tell me he's been a vegetarian all day? He was infuriated. He had been hoping that Monk Demolisher, Yuan Zhen, and Ju Hai would be able to kill Xia Ping. At the very least, they would be able to fight evenly and injure Xia Ping. Who would have thought that the situation would be reversed? Instead, Monk Demolisher and the other two were beaten so badly. They were constantly on the defensive and had no strength to fight back. The situation was too exaggerated. Actually, you can't blame Monk Demolisher and the others. That kid is just too monstrous. That's Buddhist karmic fire. He actually swallowed it like a jelly bean. He's completely unharmed. Is he even human? Unheard of. Taoist Air Mu was shocked by what had just happened. He thought that he had lived for tens of thousands of years and was experienced. There shouldn't be many things in the universe that could shock an old man like him. But now he was shocked. The Buddhist karmic fire that was said to be invincible and the nemesis of all demons in the world was actually useless against Xia Ping. It had been swallowed in one gulp and even increased in cultivation. He immediately raised Xia Ping's threat level to an unprecedented level. If he couldn't befriend such a monster, he had to kill him. He had to pay any price to kill him. Indeed, this kid is simply a peerless monster. To tell the truth, Monk Demolisher and the others can't be said to be weak. They can be considered the cream of the crop amongst Lightning Tribulation Realm experts. After all, their reputation for killing fiendish demons isn't just for show. They've killed mountains of corpses. But such a cruel monk was being beaten like a dog by this kid. He couldn't even fight back. Was this really a junior at the Returning True Realm? Who exactly is the Almighty? The Blood Sea Elders also nodded. They were incomparably fearful. They felt that this boy was a thorn in the side of their demonic path organization. They had to eliminate him as soon as possible. Otherwise, who knew how many demonic path figures would die? The better Xia Ping performed, the heavier their killing intent became. Right? We must kill that brat, otherwise we will never be able to get out of this predicament. Wolf Garen, do it, don't wait anymore. If we wait any longer, Monk Demolisher and the others will be killed. When that happens, that kid will obtain some treasures and become much stronger. How will we stand a chance then? We can only turn around and leave. Many demons started shouting. They weren't fools. They could naturally sense the great threat Xia Ping posed. Hearing this, Wolf Garen was overjoyed. The hearts of the people could be used. If they still couldn't kill Xia Ping, then he would immediately avoid him if he met him in the future. He would never be his enemy again. Everyone. Wolf Garen growled. This sneak attack is very crucial. It's a sure kill attack. Don't hide your strength. You have to use all your powers and mobilize your essence, chi, and spirit. Even if you have to burn your lifespan, you have to do it. I believe you've all seen how cruel that kid Xiaoping is. He has endless methods. Even a lightning tribulation realm expert like Monk Demolisher was able to suppress him. If we can't kill him this time and let him escape, based on his methods, temperament, and talent, it'll be terrible if he takes revenge in the future. It's possible that we'll all die. He fiercely warned everyone not to hold back. Don't worry. This matter is very important. We naturally won't hold back. When we attack later, we'll focus on killing Xiaoping. Ignore Monk Demolisher and the rest. Xiaoping is the real threat. That's right. Xiaoping is the real threat. If he doesn't die, I won't be able to eat or sleep in peace. Many demons started shouting. Wolfgaren didn't waste any time. He immediately activated the formation. Celestial Wolf Supreme Profound God-Slaying Formation. Boom! In an instant, the star region within a radius of billions of kilometers trembled. A large formation broke through the void and descended from a dimensional world. The entire space shook intensely, and the stars trembled. Immediately, this large formation revolved crazily. Magic power vibrated, and the surroundings were filled with strange and terrifying black energy. It rapidly condensed and transformed into a terrifying wolf claw. There were many terrifying runes on this wolf claw. They wriggled like hellish worms, filled with endless slaughter, blood, and crazy energy. It contained destructive power. Moreover, this black wolf claw was incomparably huge. When it grabbed a planet, it was like a normal human grabbing a glass bead. With a light squeeze, the planet would shatter like tofu. In an instant, when the black wolf's claw swiped over everywhere it passed, everything exploded inch by inch. Countless meteors collapsed, shattered, and turned into nothingness. It was even to the extent that many planets were shattered into pieces and completely destroyed. There was nothing in the surroundings that could withstand this wolf claw. In a region of billions of kilometers, anything that came into contact with a wisp of darkness aura would be shattered into dust. At this moment, Monk Demolisher and the other two naturally sensed the killing intent coming from afar. Damn it. What's going on? There's actually a sneak attack? Taoist Mu, wolf race's leader, Blood sees two elders. All of them are universe demons. To think that they're lying in ambush here. Could it be that they've been plotting against us for a long time? No, that's not right. This isn't targeting us. The killing intent that fills the sky is targeting Xiaoping alone. That's right. This brat has obtained countless benefits in the heaven-accessing secret realm. The legacy of Lord Subadhara, the longevity fruit, and so on are all things that Thunder Tribulation realm cultivators desire. In fact, Xiaoping has even schemed against them once before. They've become mortal enemies. It's only natural for them to come for revenge this time. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Let's wait and see first. Don't make a move. Let's watch Taoist Mu and the others fight with Xiaoping. Maybe we'll have a chance to capture all these demons in one fell swoop. Monk Demolisher, Monk Yuan Zhen, and Monk Juhai's eyes lit up. In a breath's time, they roughly understood the whole story. Chapter 1769. Have they finally attacked? Feeling the overwhelming killing intent, Xiaoping narrowed his eyes. In reality, he had already known through the system that Taoist Mu was lying in ambush nearby, waiting for a chance to kill him. Thus, he had been paying attention to them, waiting for them to attack. Now, they really couldn't hold back anymore. They exposed their location and appeared from the darkness. One had to say that Taoist Mu's group was really strong. Their attacks contained world-destroying power. Ordinary lightning tribulation realm cultivators probably wouldn't be able to block it and would be killed instantly. But he was already prepared for something like this. He wasn't afraid. Saint Artifact, Pearl of Mountains and Rivers. In an instant, Xiaoping took out the Pearl of Mountains and Rivers. His 9 primordial spirits trembled, and his immense magic power surged into the depths of the Pearl of Mountains and Rivers. Immediately, a huge formation appeared from the depths of the Pearl of Mountains and Rivers. This was the infinite spatial map. It was filled with dense spatial power and void power. When this great array was manifested, it formed an independent space array. With Xiaoping's body as the center, a huge independent space emerged, just like a dimensional world. Vaguely, Xiaoping could feel the power of the universe, yin and yang, time, space, and other things coming from this independent space. It contained incredible world power. With a thought, his entire body was instantly sucked into the Great Formation. His figure disappeared from this space and arrived in the dimensional world formed by the Wuji space map. In such a dimensional world, no power could harm Xiaoping in the slightest. It was like watching everything happening in this place from another space. Rumble, in the blink of an eye, the power of the celestial wolf's supreme profound god-slaying formation came crashing down. Killing intent was everywhere. Terrifying spatial storms and energy storms erupted. Dong dong dong. A terrifying explosion occurred within a radius of hundreds of millions of kilometers. Everything was instantly shaken into powder, and many uninhabited planets were turned into powder, completely disappearing. Even this space was pierced through. It was like it was connected to a dimensional world. This power was like a star exploding. It gave birth to world-destroying power. Ordinary lightning tribulation realm cultivators would be instantly killed and turned to dust. Damn it! Monk Demolisher, Monk Yuan Zhen, and Monk Juahai had wanted to watch the show, but this attack was indiscriminate. It was an area of effect. Even if they wanted to dodge, it was impossible. They immediately used the Buddhist sect's Vajra divine ability, forming a huge Buddhist domain. It turned into a golden bell, and Buddhist scriptures appeared on it, buzzing. Fortunately, the attack was not aimed at them, and they were far away from the center of the attack, merely staying at the edge. Otherwise, this attack alone would have been enough to turn them into ashes. Even so, their bodies were heavily injured. Their golden bell canopy had been pierced, and they were drenched in blood. Crash, this attack lasted for 10 or so minutes, and energy continuously exploded in this region, destroying everything in the surroundings. What do you think? Is that kid dead? A devil sent a message through divine sense. Because the black energy in this area was too violent, sweeping in all directions, they could not sense what was happening in the center of the storm, nor did they know whether Xiaoping was dead or alive. He's definitely dead. With such a fierce attack, even the self-destruction of a star wouldn't be able to withstand it. I'm afraid that Brat doesn't even have a corpse left. It's impossible for him to survive. That's right, even a Thunder Tribulation Realm expert wouldn't be able to withstand that attack just now. How did that brat withstand it? There's no need to look. I reckon that Xiaoping has already been reduced to ashes by now. I'm a little worried that this attack will be too violent, causing his spatial ring to be destroyed. Even the longevity fruit will disappear in this explosion. Everyone discussed animatedly, their divine wills interweaving, wanting to know whether Xiaoping was dead or alive. No, that brat won't die that easily. He's a disciple of a saint after all, with countless fortuitous encounters and endless methods. I don't believe that he died so easily. He must only be seriously injured right now. He felt that Xiaoping would not die so easily. After all, he had fought with Xiaoping once before, so he naturally knew how difficult it was to deal with him. How could it be just a serious injury? That attack just now gathered the magic power of so many of our Thunder Tribulation Realm experts. Coupled with the Heavenly Wolf's supreme profound god-slaying formation, there's no reason for him to be alive. Some devils didn't think that Xiaoping could still live. No, that's not right. Taoist Mu recalled the details of what had just happened. I feel that our attacks seemed to have hit empty air, and all of our strength did not hit the other party. He had the feeling that his fist was hitting empty air. I have the same feeling. I don't know if everyone noticed, but that kid is a disciple of a saint after all. When we ambushed him just now, he actually didn't use any martial arts to counterattack or resist. This is very unusual, as if he had given up on resisting and accepted his fate. I don't think this cunning brat will accept his fate. The two Blood Sea Elders said in a deep voice. They also had a bad premonition. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. Wolf Garen said coldly, "We have to dig 3 feet into the ground and find where this kid is. If he doesn't die, we won't be able to sleep or eat in peace. We definitely can't let him live." A sense of urgency and danger surged in his heart. For this ambush, he had paid a huge price. He had joined hands with many Thunder Tribulation Realm experts and even used up the clan's formation, Heavenly Wolf Supreme Profound God-Slaying Formation. If he still couldn't kill Xia Ping and let him escape, then he would have suffered a huge loss. If they could capture Xia Ping and snatch all the treasures on him, they might be able to make up for their losses. However, if Xia Ping escaped, then he would lose everything. No one could accept such a reality, and everyone was unwilling to accept it. Without hesitation, they immediately cast a formation to search for Xia Ping's whereabouts nearby. Suddenly, a voice was heard in the minds of Taoist Mu and the other devils. "Wolf Garen, Taoist Mu, Blood Sea Elders, how have you been? You actually dared to chase me to this place. You're quite brave. Have you already written your wills? This day next year will be the anniversary of your death." In the next second, a figure flickered and immediately appeared in front of everyone. This person was Xia Ping. What? Hearing this, the expressions of Garen, Taoist Mu, the 2 Blood Sea Elders and the rest changed drastically. Their faces were ashen. Although they already knew that there might be an accident in this ambush and that they couldn't kill Xia Ping, they still couldn't accept it. Chapter 1770. Damn it, how did this happen? That kid is still alive? What should we do? What should we do now? Even with this formation, we can't kill him. What tricks does this kid have? Damn it. We've spent so much effort and yet we got nothing in return. Now that things have come to this, what should we do? What else can we do? Since we are going to die, of course we have to kill him. Don't tell me that you think this kid will let us go? That's right. That kid can't be fine after taking that attack. He must have been heavily injured. That's right. Moreover, he has been fighting with Broken Kill and 3 for such a long time and has used up most of his energy. He is probably at the end of his rope and is no match for us. We have to kill this kid now. He is just at the Returning Truth Realm and he is already so strong. If he advances to the Law Phase Realm or even the Lightning Tribulation Realm, we won't be able to survive. This kid must die. If not, we won't have a good time in the future. Everyone, think about it. Evil Wood and the others discussed and their spiritual wills intertwined. The more they discussed, the heavier their killing intent became. They knew that Xia Ping was a huge threat. If they didn't take this chance to kill him today, they wouldn't have a chance after a while. When that time came, they would be the ones being chased and they would have to flee like dogs. Monk Broken Kill, I know you guys aren't dead. How about it? Do you want to join hands with us to kill this kid? Just at that moment, Wolf Garen sent a message with his spiritual wills. He wanted to join hands with Monk Broken Kill, Yuan Zhen, and Monk Ju Hai. At that moment, Monk Broken Kill, Yuan Zhen, and Monk Ju Hai appeared from the void. It was obvious that they had heard Wolf Garen's message. Interesting. You want us Buddhist faction to work with demons? Are you all crazy? Monk Broken Kill laughed coldly. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. You all should understand this logic. In the future, do you all not know who is the bigger threat, us demons or this kid? Wolf Garen wasn't moved. You're right. You demons can kill him at any time but that kid can't. He grows too quickly and we won't be able to stop him in the future. Monk Defeating Kill was not a pedantic person. He said, however, we can only work together this once. After we kill this brat, we will still be mortal enemies in the future. We will still have to slay demons and devils. He also felt that killing Xia Ping was the top priority, and other things could be put aside for the time being. Moreover, slaying demons and devils could be done at any time. Monk Demolisher, looks like you do have a sense of righteousness. However, everything can wait until we kill Xia Ping. It won't be too late to bicker about it after that. Garen the Wolf ignored Monk Demolisher's hostility. In any case, obtaining these 3 powerful helpers was the greatest reward they could obtain. Now, their chances of winning were even greater. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, Taoist Air Mu and the others, as well as Monk Demolisher and the other two, exchanged glances. They seemed to have reached a telepathic connection, and there was no need for them to say anything. They immediately attacked. Instantly, rays of terrifying cold light emerged from the sky. Like a thunderstorm, they covered the entire area and began their destructive attacks. Countless martial path divine abilities erupted, extremely resplendent, like streams of flowing light, streaking across the dark sky, beautiful, but containing boundless killing intent. Every attack contained terrifying power, shocking everyone and causing the planet to tremble. Demons and monks working together? I can't believe you could think of that. However, do you think that you can kill me just by working together? Naive. Seeing such attacks, Xia Ping was unmoved. His expression was indifferent. Perhaps you don't know this, but from the beginning until now, I've been waiting for you to attack. I want to kill you all in one fell swoop. Looks like this is my chance. Kill us all in one fell swoop? You're crazy. Who do you think you are? You think you have a chance to kill us all in one fell swoop? Hearing this, the Blood Sea Elders laughed loudly, as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. But their laughter stopped abruptly. Their faces were filled with shock and terror, because they saw Xia Ping wave his hand, and a spatial tunnel appeared in the sky. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, the entire starfield was filled with abyssal demons. They were densely packed, and there were many of them. At a glance, there were at least 10 million of them. Their cultivation levels were not weak either. They were at least at the returning nature realm, and there were quite a few at the peak of the Dharma plane. Instantly, the entire area was filled with demonic chi, as if it had become a demonic domain. These abyssal demons worked together, and the demonic chi condensed into one, producing a terrifying matrix aura. In an instant, it blocked all the attacks of Langaren and the others, turning them into nothingness. And Xia Ping stood behind them, unharmed. Like a god, his gaze cold and aloof, he was high above them. Abyssal demons? How did you summon so many abyssal demons at once? Are you a demon spy hiding in the human world, planning to carry out some scheme? Taoist Air Mu was so shocked that he almost peed his pants. He thought that he had discovered the biggest secret of Xia Ping's identity. He was not a human, but a demon spy, hiding in the human society. That was why he was so demonic. In the depths of his mind, he thought of all kinds of evil plans. There seemed to be an overwhelming aura of destruction spreading over. Perhaps this was a crisis on a universal level. Taoist Air Mu, don't be fooled by this kid. Look carefully. These abyssal demons are not ordinary. They don't seem to be as violent and evil as ordinary abyssal demons. Langaren narrowed his eyes, as if sensing that these abyssal demons were not ordinary. Impossible! At this moment, Monk Pasha and the other two seemed to have noticed something. Their eyes widened and they screamed, "You actually have such a method to expiate the abyssal demons? Impossible, this is the supreme method of Sabatala, and you actually learned it. How long has it been? How old are you? You actually cultivated the expiation scripture to such a level? Impossible, this is a hallucination, this must be a hallucination." They completely lost control of their emotions, thinking that they had fallen into an illusion, because they could instantly tell that these abyssal demons had been expiated by Xia Ping. That was why they were so quiet, so peaceful, and the demonic aura on their bodies had been completely subdued. This was originally a supreme method of Buddhism, and not many people had learned it. But this Tao sect disciple had learned it. Expiation scripture? Is this the legacy of Venerable Sabatala? It can't be. What method is this? Even the abyssal demons can be expiated, brainwashed, and become his subordinates? Taoist Air Mu and the others came back to their senses. They had also heard of similar secret techniques of Buddhism. It was said that when the expiation scripture was cultivated to a high level, even dogs would think that they were cats, and men would think that they were women. But they did not expect that the abyssal demons, the most evil creatures in the world, could be expiated. It was simply too unbelievable. What method was this? You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.